Chapter 1695. It really is a fragment of a true sage treasure. Not only can I obtain the connate inextinguishable spiritual light, but I can also obtain a fragment of a true sage treasure that is no less valuable than the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. It really makes me jealous. The man had an inexplicable look on his face. As that expression appeared on his face, a long river appeared on his body. This river was so pure, so mystical. Within it, there were bits and pieces of waves that were constantly undulating and surging. Within the waves, one could faintly see an endless light and shadow. It seemed to be an endless mystery, but it also seemed to be a meaningless thing. After this long river appeared, it naturally emitted a kind of eternal and indestructible aura. Luo Fan could only sense such an aura from one kind of existence. That was the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. Apart from the connate inextinguishable spiritual light, nothing else, not even the shadow of a true sage, the voice of a true sage, or the way of a true sage, would have such an eternal and inextinguishable aura. This is the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. Luo Fan's pupil shrank. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the man in front of him had dared to appear in front of him and block him, even though he clearly knew that he had the primordial spiritual treasure fragment. Impossible. Without becoming a true sage, no one can perfectly use the power of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. Very soon, Luo Fan overturned his previous thoughts. The connate inextinguishable spiritual light itself was an existence of the true sage level. Perhaps a supreme emperor who had yet to become a true saint could rely on all kinds of fortuitous encounters and incomparably long years to deeply engrave their mark into the depths of the innate inextinguishable spirit light, making it their own. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to control the connate inextinguishable spiritual light like a true sage could. Not to mention that the supreme emperor in front of him could casually change its characteristics. To be able to carry out such exquisite manipulation, this is indeed not the real connate inextinguishable spiritual light. The man said lightly. Hearing this, Luo Fan's eyes relaxed a little. No matter what it was, as long as it wasn't the true innate inextinguishable spirit light, it meant that the situation wasn't so bad that it couldn't be resisted. The man suddenly smiled and said, "However, this is the power of the innate indestructible spirit light and the essence of the innate indestructible spirit light. Compared to the real innate indestructible spirit light, its power is not much weaker." Hearing this, Luo Fan's expression turned ugly again. Although such a condensed existence wasn't the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, it was still able to condense. However, its power was already much stronger and more terrifying than the projection of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. For Luo Fan, all he could think of now was one way to resist it. That was to do what he did before and directly stimulate the trace of a true saint contained within the V-shaped primordial essence spirit treasure fragment. Only that trace was left. Only then would he be able to unleash the terrifying might of the attack that was condensed from this power and innate indestructible essence. However, if that was the case, the result would be, it would be very difficult to control. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he clenched his teeth and poured his spiritual light into the V-shaped fragment in his hand. As the spiritual light poured in, the V-shaped fragment began to strengthen the spiritual light crazily. The crazy condensation caused the spiritual light to suddenly strengthen by many times. It was completely out of Luo Fan's control. After that, the light began to condense rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had already condensed into a six-fingered palm, which brazenly slapped at the man. Sure enough, it's this move again. The man just sneered. At this moment, the long river that he had sent out turned slightly. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into two palms. They formed two palms, and as they changed in the void, They had already formed two mysterious handprints that exuded incredible power. With a slight tremble, they brazenly blasted towards the six-fingered palm. The power that erupted from these two handprints was unbelievably strong. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have been enveloped by these two handprints. It was as if the entire world was providing power to these two hand seals. Endless power and power were crazily poured into these two hand seals, causing them to become more and more powerful and huge. In the end, it was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Facing such an attack, the six-fingered palm didn't have the slightest change. It just moved slightly. The six fingers slightly shook, as if condensing into a handprint, but it also seemed like it was just a meaningless movement. Then, the six-fingered palm brazenly collided with the two handprints. Rumble! An earth-shaking thunderclap rang out. Amidst this sound, at this moment, the entire world felt a kind of vibration from the bottom of its heart. It spread out. Every living being, every sovereign's cave abode, and every world that they had created shook violently at this moment. It looked as if a huge bottle had directly contained their cave abode, their world, and was shaking violently. At this moment, almost all the third-grade sovereigns looked thoughtfully at the place where Luo Fan and the man were fighting. I didn't expect him to grasp such a divine ability so quickly. I still underestimated him back then. In an area not far from Luo Fan, the world sovereign broke away from the process of comprehending the mysteries contained in the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light and let out a sigh. After this sigh, he withdrew all his attention and continued to fully immerse himself in the comprehension that he was in before. He no longer paid any attention to the outside world. In another location, another supreme sovereign who also grasped the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light sneered. To actually be able to grasp such strength, it seems that you are qualified for me to make a move. As he spoke, he put down what he was originally doing and focused more attention on the battle between Luo Fan and the man. The spiritual light on his body was eager to give it a try. The innate, inextinguishable spiritual light that had condensed into a huge sphere and slowly rotated began to produce an inexplicable fluctuation. Its power fluctuated as if it was ready to attack. Similar to this person, 5 or 6 of the other supreme sovereigns who grasped the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light had the same thought. As their thoughts changed, the atmosphere of the entire world began to change. It was as if a storm was brewing. Luo Fan didn't care about their various actions at all. At this moment, he was enduring the V-shaped fragment that was frantically extracting his spiritual light, extracting his power, and turning it into the power of the six-fingered palm. He was entangled with the man's attack. Although the man's attack wasn't the main body of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, with the power of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light and the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, its power wasn't any weaker than the fragment at this moment. Even though Luo Fan had already unleashed the strongest power of the fragment, the other party still performed brilliantly. The two palms changed into all kinds of mysterious hand seals, producing all kinds of incredible effects as they constantly entangled with the six-fingered palm. During the battle, both sides displayed profound mysteries that almost surpassed the limits of Luo Fan's comprehension. The scene of the battle was also grand to an unbelievable level. If such a battle were to take place on Earth, at this moment, most of Earth's universe would probably be destroyed because of this. Perhaps it would cause a true saint to make a move. But here, in this strange and perfect world, the impact of this battle was limited to a radius of a few 100 million light years. Everything within this radius of a few 100 million light years. Because of this battle, all kinds of incredible worlds were reconstructed and combined in a countless, unimaginable great chaos. Under such terrifying changes, the space-time within a radius of a few 100 million light years seemed to have turned into plasticine, being casually smashed, recombined, and molded into all kinds of unimaginable shapes in this battle. The six-fingered palm seemed to be able to move with ease. Although its overall strength was inferior to that of the two palms, Its movements were graceful and free. However, his movements were graceful and free. Every time he attacked, he used the slightest of techniques to obtain the strongest effect. If it wasn't for the endless power of the two palms and the rich, innate, indestructible essence that gave Luo Fan a crushing advantage, perhaps he would have already been crushed by the six-fingered palm. How could it still be like this, where both sides were in a deadlock, neither side able to suppress the other? However, for Luo Fan, this battle could only be a spectator. The V-shaped fragment continued to extract his spirit light and his power, turning them into power for the six-fingered palm. After the previous extraction, although his spirit light and power hadn't been exhausted because of this, the pain of having everything extracted still made his expression extremely unsightly. However, the pain of having everything extracted still made his expression extremely unsightly. On the other hand, the man's expression wasn't very good either. However, Luo Fan's expression was unsightly because his power had been extracted and he couldn't bear it. However, the man's expression was the complete opposite. His expression was unsightly because there was too much power flowing into his body and it was too difficult for him to control it. Luo Fan relied on his own spirit light and his own power to use this fragment, but the man was different. The winding river that the man used relied on the power of the innate indestructible spirit light and the innate indestructible essence of the innate indestructible spirit light. How vast was the power of the innate indestructible spirit light? How rich was its essence? He wasn't a true sage, so how could he control it perfectly? The entire process seemed casual, but in fact, he wasn't much better than Luo Fan. In comparison, he only had to slightly guide the direction of the attack. Apart from that, everything else was completely dependent on a natural reaction of the innate indestructible spirit light. Fellow Taoist, do you still want to continue? Luo Fan frowned and said. At this time, the situation was quite obvious. Both Luo Fan and the man couldn't win at all. Moreover, the entire process was extremely torturous for both of them. What was the point of continuing to fight like this? The man only smiled faintly and said, Fellow Taoist, are you going to surrender? Hearing this, Luo Fan sighed and knew that there was nothing more to say. He only said, Then let's see who can last longer. Hearing this, the man only smiled faintly. At this moment, the six-fingered palm seemed to be indescribably angry because it couldn't take down the opponent for a long time. Suddenly, it made an unprecedented gesture. With this gesture, the void suddenly shook violently. This vibration was different from all the previous vibrations. The previous vibrations were caused by the impact of heaven and earth being too strong. However, at this moment, this vibration was directly born from the depths of heaven and earth. It felt like there was something in the depths of heaven and earth that was constantly charging outwards, as though it wanted to cross an endless distance to arrive. At this moment, an indescribable sense of danger arose in the man's heart. This sense of danger felt like he was standing in front of his natural enemy before he had cultivated a great divine ability. He had to bear the sense of danger produced by the two flickering, greedy, fierce, and ruthless gazes. Not good. Such a thought instinctively emerged in his mind. With this thought, he no longer cared about anything else. With a thought, half of his body suddenly collapsed. As his body collapsed, it was 100 times stronger than before. The power of the innate indestructible spirit light and the innate indestructible essence emerged from his body and directly poured into the two palms formed by the long river. Each of the two palms suddenly became more than 10 times more solid. As the two palms became solid, the power contained in the two palms suddenly increased by who knows how many times. For a moment, a unique space-time dimension that belonged to the two palms was born. Immediately after, the space-time dimension erupted with a world-destroying power. Like Mars crashing into Earth, it brazenly crushed the six-fingered palms. Originally, the six-fingered palms and the two palms were in a stalemate. Now that the two palms suddenly became 100 times stronger, the situation of the battle was naturally reversed in an instant. The six-fingered palms seemed to receive an indescribably terrifying pressure, and countless fragments began to scatter from the six-fingered palms. This was obviously the sign of a shattering. *T. Luo Fan cried inwardly. However, at this moment, the one in control of the battle was not him, but the six-fingered palms. Even if he was anxious, he could not change the current situation. He could not make the six-fingered palms recover. He could only cry inwardly. At this moment, the space-time dimension within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years suddenly distorted. The space-time dimension seemed to have completely paused at this moment. Everything suddenly stopped. Looking up, everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years seemed to have become a scene in a painting. What's going on? At this moment, both Luo Fan and the man were puzzled. While they were puzzled, the space-time dimension that seemed to have been paused trembled slightly. Immediately after, a soft poof was heard. This soft sound was naturally rather inconspicuous in the chaotic and earth-shattering commotion within a range of hundreds of millions of light years. It was enough for anyone to overlook it. However, at this moment, when everything seemed to have paused, this soft sound was naturally as obvious as a thunderclap. As this soft sound was heard, in the void in front of Luo Fan, an object suddenly broke through the void and appeared out of thin air. Behind the broken void, one could faintly see an endless gray existence. There's also an incomparably rich, chaotic aura seeping out of it. From this appearance, it was obvious that it was in a state of chaos. In other words, the thing that appeared in front of him also emerged from a state of chaos. What is this thing? That object was extremely strange. Although he clearly knew that it was an object, there was a unique space-time dimension around it that blocked all vision and senses from the outside world. It made it impossible for him to clearly see what kind of object it was, nor was he able to recognize its shape. At this moment, the V-shaped fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure in Luo Fan's hand trembled slightly. The unique space-time dimension that Luo Fan had already mastered suddenly resonated with the space-time dimension of the thing that appeared in front of him. The space-time dimensions of the two began to gradually blend and assimilate. At this time, how could Luo Fan not understand? This thing that appeared was clearly a fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure. In fact, he should have thought of this. If it wasn't a fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure, how could it come out of the state of chaos? If it wasn't a fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure, how could there be such an independent space-time dimension? If it wasn't a fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure, how could it cause the space-time dimension within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years to be frozen at this moment? At this moment, he was both happy and surprised. He was happy that there was one more fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure, and he was one step closer to completion. He was surprised. The fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure had actually appeared at this time. It had to be known that the fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure was not so easy to obtain. Every fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure had to undergo a test for the holder, or a trial. This kind of test was extremely difficult. If one wasn't careful, their entire body and mind would be completely immersed, becoming more miserable than being refined by the inextinguishable connate spiritual light. If this happened at a normal time, although this test was difficult, he had all kinds of cards in his hand. Although he would deal with it carefully, but he wouldn't panic. He still had enough confidence that he could pass the test. But, right now, he was in the middle of a battle with another Supreme Emperor, and he was being tested at such a time. That was simply adding hail to snow. How could he not be shocked? However, although he was extremely unwilling to be tested by this fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure at this time, but this was not under his control. When the V-shaped fragment and the space-time dimension around the newly appeared fragment completely mixed together, boundless bloodlight spread out. It directly wrapped Luo Fan in it. Then he found that he had been thrown into a boundless universe of negative emotions, becoming an insignificant, ordinary mortal in this universe. The boundless negative emotions from all directions and through all kinds of channels constantly poured into his body, poured into his soul, and pulled him constantly into the abyss of negative emotions. This universe of negative emotions was even more terrifying than the universe of negative emotions he had encountered before. The negative emotions in it were more numerous and even more astonishing. In that universe of negative emotions, the pressure that Luo Fan felt was even greater than before. Almost in an instant, Luo Fan felt that everything about him had been completely infected by the negative emotions. Only the last bit of clarity remained at the core of the fusion of the world's laws. Moreover, even the position occupied by this bit of the world's laws was still under the impact of endless negative emotions. It constantly produced unstable shocks, as if it could collapse at any time, causing him to lose even the last bit of clarity. Now that he had fallen into this situation, Luo Fan was very wise to put everything that happened in the outside world behind him. He wholeheartedly guarded the little bit of clarity in his heart and worked hard to strengthen his world's laws, so that this world's laws could be as stable as possible in the face of the impact of the endless negative emotions. After all, he had already experienced this a few times before. This kind of thing was not difficult at all to do at this time. Although there were many and strong negative emotions around him, in the end, they could not really break through Luo Fan's world's laws. They could only linger outside the little bit of clarity, but could not really penetrate into it. In this process, the world's laws that he felt was extremely perfect gradually revealed its originally hidden flaws. Bit by bit, the impurities that could not be stabilized were constantly being removed at this time, causing his world's laws to become purer and more condensed. In this state of resisting the impact of the negative emotions, the passage of time was completely meaningless to him. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps it was just a short moment, or perhaps hundreds of billions of years had passed, a sense of relaxation suddenly emerged in Luo Fan's heart. Under this sense of relaxation, Luo Fan's mind recovered a little. After recovering, he found that in the depths of his heart, the world's laws that protected his little bit of clarity had become crystal clear and flawless again. Chapter 1696. This world view of laws that had become crystal clear without any impurities was like an extremely strong crystal at this moment, resisting the endless negative emotions around him. Even if the universe of negative emotions exhausted the power of the entire universe to infect him and turn him into a part of the universe of negative emotions, it was still difficult to break through. Moreover, at the same time, an inexplicable comprehension began to emerge in his little bit of clarity, and it began to gradually fill the worldview of laws. It was decomposed and assimilated by the worldview, and in the end, it completely turned into a part of the worldview, becoming resources for the growth of the worldview of laws. These mysteries and comprehensions were naturally the various comprehensions that Luo Fan had of cultivation, the great Tao, the way of the true sage, the universe, the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, and the state of chaos after he perfected the worldview of laws the last time, and the number of these mysteries had reached an unimaginable level. After all, during this period of time, Luo Fan had been constantly comprehending the mysteries of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light through a mysterious method. This comprehension had even reached the level where his condensed body had become a 5 worlds false sage in the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, forming a resonance with the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. It was self-evident how much he had comprehended. As for his comprehension of the state of chaos, there was no need to mention it. He had comprehended the state of chaos for as long as 30 million years. Even if he was a pig, he would definitely have a huge harvest. Not to mention that Luo Fan's own comprehension ability was almost the best in the world, and almost no one could compare to him. Was there a need to mention the amount of harvest he had? As for the other things, they could all be developed from the comprehension of these two aspects, and there were many of them. It was also unimaginable. In this way, the number of these existences that could be turned into resources for the worldview of laws was naturally innumerable. If it was under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few million years for Luo Fan to transform these countless comprehensions into resources for the growth of the worldview of laws. But at this time, with a little bit of clarity in the depths of his heart, there was no need for this process at all. It was as if the world of laws was actively absorbing the various mysteries and comprehensions of the world of laws, fusing the various things that were beneficial to the growth of the world of laws into the depths of its body. As a result, his body continued to grow, and the crystal clear view of the world began to gradually spreading towards his entire soul. The reason for this change. The reason was simple, because in the last bit of clarity in the depths of his heart, Luo Fan had no emotions at all. There were no distracting thoughts at all. That was the most fundamental thing. It was merely the existence of the transcendent will that had supported him for billions of trillions of years. This kind of state where only a bit of fundamental will existed was a state that was close to the Tao. In such a state, however, he was able to comprehend what he wanted to comprehend and do what he wanted to do in a way that far surpassed what he originally did, therefore. That was why he was able to comprehend all these things at this moment, and these profundities were crazily being infused into his worldview. Of course, this state was very powerful. It was so incredible, but it didn't mean that he could shorten the cultivation that he originally needed by entering this state. This state could only be used to transform the mysteries and comprehensions into resources for the world of laws. Nothing else could be done in this state. The reason was very simple, because this state itself needed to isolate all thoughts, leaving only the most fundamental transcendent will. For this transcendent will, comprehending anything else was just a distracting thought. Only by enriching the world of laws, strengthening and perfecting the world of laws, allowing this world of laws to finally cross the boundary between true and false, and finally step into the true sage level, could it be regarded as the fundamental, not a distracting thought, and only then could it exist. In this way, how could he comprehend other divine abilities, wonderful techniques, the mysteries of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, and so on in this state? In this state, Luo Fan's crystal clear world of laws continued to expand. After an unknown period of time, this world of laws grew to a sufficient strength and finally filled his entire mind again, allowing his mind to be completely protected by this world of laws. At this point, his thoughts, his emotions, all of his thoughts and all of his rationality had naturally been completely restored. The state of only having the transcendent will to support this world of laws was naturally lost. The loss of this state meant that he could no longer continue to transform his various comprehensions into resources for the world of laws at a heaven-defying speed like before. The speed at which the world of laws expanded began to slow down. What a pity! At this moment, Luo Fan sighed inwardly. What he sighed was naturally the loss of that state, and the inability to transform comprehension and mysteries into resources for the improvement of the world of laws as he pleased. However, he didn't immerse himself in that pity for too long. Very soon, this feeling of pity disappeared without a trace, and all his attention began to be focused on the universe of negative emotions in front of him. The entire universe of negative emotions was many times stronger than the one he encountered previously. Almost all the living beings in it were stronger than Luo Fan. In it, he could even feel an incomparably terrifying, omnipotent, eternal, and indestructible true sage aura existing in the deepest part of the universe. That was obviously the sage in this universe of negative emotions. Perhaps it was the most fundamental of this universe of negative emotions, the false sage that was completely integrated with the entire universe of negative emotions, or perhaps it was the true sage that was not shackled to any universe, any space-time, any heaven and earth, or even the state of chaos. Although Luo Fan was a supreme emperor at this time, and his mind was completely protected by the world of laws, He was completely unaffected by any negative emotions in the outside world. However, in this universe of negative emotions, even if it was a false sage, it was enough to make him anxious and unable to defeat it. That was because this universe of negative emotions was simply too strong. Becoming a false sage here was equivalent to completely merging with the entire universe of negative emotions. Every move one made would be able to trigger the boundless power of the entire universe of negative emotions. The boundless power was enough to completely crush Luo Fan, who could only barely protect himself in this universe. Facing such a state, Luo Fan's eyes narrowed. He felt an inexplicable sense of vigilance in his heart. With his past experience, Luo Fan understood that he didn't need to completely destroy the entire universe of negative emotions to be able to escape. What he needed to do, he just needed to reconnect his mind with his body in this universe and find his body again. Everything else, such as destroying the universe, changing the entire universe, and so on, were all in service of this goal. Therefore, after knowing that there might be such a thing in this universe of negative emotions that he couldn't resist at all, he instantly decided that he would do something completely different from before when he was faced with a supreme expert who could destroy him with a single pinch. This entire universe, according to Luo Fan's own concept, it looked like a boundless starry sky. Each and every one of them was a star. Many river systems were distributed in the depths of the boundless and deep starry sky, shining with all sorts of indescribable lights. What was different from ordinary universes was everything in the entire universe was condensed from the accumulation of negative emotions. Be it the stars, the essence of the stars that filled the starry sky, or the endless free energy, they were all negative emotions. The endless negative emotions existed in an extremely strange manner. They condensed and transformed into countless living beings, forming extremely sinister and ugly civilizations. All sorts of unimaginable battles took place in various parts of the universe. These various battles had practically exhausted the imaginations of living beings. There were various schemes, ruthless slaughters, and inhumane battles. It caused any virtuous saint to swiftly fall to become a ferocious villain when they arrived here. Could such a universe of negative emotions really be illusory? This was the first time Luo Fan had such a thought. Before this, the entire universe of negative emotions was just an illusion created by his mind. Everything in it was illusory to him, and the truth seemed to prove his feeling. He could destroy this universe of negative emotions, he could change it, and he could twist it as he pleased. After twisting it, it would collapse and be destroyed directly. All of this seemed to be completely idealistic and was born from the fluctuations of his mind. Or rather, it could be said that the negative emotions were directly projected into his mind and created all sorts of illusions. However, this time, after sensing the existence of a supreme powerhouse that seemed to be both a false saint and a true saint in the depths of this universe of negative emotions, he suddenly realized that it was difficult for him to maintain his previous thoughts. It's really an illusory world. Could it be that such an existence can be born? As he thought this, the divine light in his eyes became a little distant. Vaguely, he felt that he seemed to have touched upon some extremely deeply hidden secret. These thoughts did not linger in his mind for too long. Not long after, he had already dispelled all these thoughts and allowed his mind to return to a calm state. No matter what secret it was, whether this universe of negative emotions was real or illusory, it did not matter to him now. To him, the most important thing right now was to reconnect with his own body so that his soul could escape from this universe of negative emotions and become one with his body once more. Only then would he truly be able to make that newly appeared primordial essence spirit treasure fragment his own. With a thought, he chose the weakest place in this universe of negative emotions and took a step forward. His mind had already arrived there. The weakest place in this space, naturally, could not be on the planet. It was in the middle of the void, The root of everything in the universe of negative emotions was negative emotions. The planet was an aggregation formed by the condensation and compression of negative emotions. If he stayed on the planet, it would be equivalent to staying on an aggregation of negative emotions. The impact of negative emotions would exceed that of any void. If Luo Fan wanted to change the entire universe of negative emotions and turn it into a universe of positive emotions, he would naturally need to choose this aggregation to take action. Through this aggregation, it would spread out and change more and more space-time. Finally, it would be possible to completely change the entire universe of negative emotions. However, he did not want to do this right now. Therefore, choosing the planet where the negative emotions condensed was the worst and most foolish choice for him, even if he didn't go anywhere. Staying in the previous location was better than choosing any other planet. Arriving at the weakest place in this space, Luo Fan directly sat down cross-legged. He began to slowly exercise his mind, causing his mind to radiate wave after wave of inexplicable fluctuations during this process. This inexplicable fluctuation came from his worldview. It was the most fundamental characteristic of the worldview and contained the fundamental elements of the worldview. This fluctuation came from a completely different dimension from the surrounding negative emotions. Although it radiated out, it did not have any effect on the surrounding negative emotions. It was as if the surrounding universe of negative emotions was simply illusory and did not exist at all. When this fluctuation radiated out, Luo Fan slowly closed his eyes and carefully savored the feedback of that fluctuation, the worldview. This was the most fundamental cultivation foundation of Luo Fan. Although this foundation did not completely become the main body of his flesh and blood body, it had completely integrated with his body. It had completely fused with the body, but after all, it had already occupied the position of the foundation and was deeply engraved in the body. Under such circumstances, his body, his physical body, would naturally resonate with the fluctuations that came from the fundamental principles of the world of laws. This kind of resonance was extremely fundamental. It was enough to penetrate all universes and all space-time barriers. In other words, this kind of resonance was enough to reconnect Luo Fan's mind and body, and then turn it into a bridge for his mind to leave this universe of negative emotions and return his body. Of course, his body did not integrate deeply with the worldview after all. The resonance with the fluctuation produced by the worldview was certainly not very strong. Coupled with the fact that they were separated by a universe of negative emotions, it would not be easy to make the resonance strong enough for Luo Fan to notice and finally build a bridge. Luo Fan had already expected this. At this time, there was no impatience in his heart, nor was there any trace of negative emotions. He was very clear that in this universe of negative emotions, once negative emotions were produced, there was a great possibility that they would be infected by the entire universe and eventually become a part of the negative emotions. From then on, they would sink into it and would never be able to transcend. In this process, time slowly passed. In a trance, it seemed that tens of millions of years had passed. On this day, Luo Fan was using this fluctuation to constantly radiate and search for resonance. Suddenly, a strange touch appeared in his heart. This touch was so subtle, but so obvious. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it instantly made Luo Fan feel that his heart had suddenly lit up. Found it! A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. With this thought in mind, he quickly focused all his fluctuations on the spot that made him feel something. He felt a faint resonance appear in the center of his fluctuations. As he concentrated the fluctuations, the resonance increased rapidly. A faintly discernible outline appeared in his mind. This is my body. This realization caused a faint smile to appear on Luo Fan's face. At this moment, a change suddenly occurred in the entire universe of negative emotions. Under this change, the entire universe of negative emotions suddenly began to tremble more and more violently. Due to this tremor, all the planets in the universe started to move. Boundless light rapidly evolved into all sorts of incredible light shadows that rapidly converged on the spot that resonated with Luo Fan. At this moment, an indescribable sense of crisis was born in Luo Fan's heart. This is not good. My body is incompatible with this universe of negative emotions. Now that my aura has appeared here, it has caused the entire universe of negative emotions to riot. At this moment, Luo Fan's mind raced, and he understood what was going on. His body was neutral and peaceful. There were negative emotions and positive emotions within it. This combination seemed to be incompatible with the entire universe of negative emotions. The appearance of its aura here was like the contact between matter and antimatter. It was bound to erupt with an earth-shattering change. After understanding this, how could Luo Fan dare to stay here? With a thought, his figure broke through the endless negative emotions and quickly moved toward the location of his body. At this moment, figures appeared beside Luo Fan one by one. These figures, all of them had ruthless expressions on their faces, and their bodies were emitting naked hatred and a desire to destroy. When he saw them, Luo Fan's expression changed slightly. It was not because of how ugly these figures were, nor was it because of how strong their ruthlessness and desire to destroy were. It was because of the appearance of these figures. Surprisingly, these figures were all people that Luo Fan knew. Some of them had died in his hands, some of them had been defeated by him, and some of them had been injured by him. For example, Zhu Huang, Guan Huang, Zi Huang, and many other supreme sovereigns. All of them appeared here, densely surrounding his body. Each of them was preparing to launch an extremely powerful attack at him. This universe of negative emotions is really not simple. At this moment, Luo Fan only had this thought in his mind. Among these creatures, some were already dead, while some were still alive. However, they were here. There was no difference between them. Each and every one of them was many times stronger than when they encountered Luo Fan. Every one of them, their auras were enough to threaten him and affect him. Dying. A loud roar burst out of nowhere. Following that, an endless barrage of attacks engulfed him from all directions. Here, Luo Fan did not have the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, nor did he have the fragment of the chaotic origins spiritual treasure. All he had was his spirit, his understanding of cultivation, the great Tao, heaven and earth, and the state of chaos. All he had was his worldview. Under such circumstances, facing the endless attacks in front of him, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. In a trance, he was even at a loss for what to do. He could not effectively respond to what was happening in front of him. In the end, he relied on his own instincts to dodge 90% of the attacks. This was already extremely heaven-defying. If this was known to others, it would be enough to make any supreme sovereign exclaim in admiration. However, apart from this 90%, the remaining 10% of the attacks bombarded his body without any obstruction and were devoured by him without any reservations. Judging from a number of enemies that Luo Fan had encountered in the countless years he had been cultivating, just this 10% of the attacks was already an astronomical number, enough to make any supreme sovereign despair. Puff, 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 puff. Amidst the indescribably terrifying sounds, Luo Fan felt endless pain rising from the bottom of his heart. This pain was so intense and so terrifying that it felt like his body was being ground apart bit by bit from the outside to the inside. Is this it? A thought appeared in Luo Fan's mind. As he thought of this, his spirit shattered bit by bit, turning into fireworks and gradually dissipating amidst the endless attacks. His consciousness became more and more blurry and hazy. More and more thoughts disappeared from his heart. It was as if he had sunk into a bottomless abyss, the deepest abyss of death. Die. Ha ha ha. The endless terrifying laughter seemed to become more and more distant, more and more indistinct. Finally, after an unknown period of time, when his spirit shattered to the point where only a tiny trace was left, it seemed as if it would completely disappear. All traces of his existence vanished. An indescribable unwillingness suddenly emerged from that tiny trace. I want to transcend. This most fundamental thought, along with this bit of unwillingness, began to gradually condense. This caused the trace, which had been shattered to the extreme and was about to be completely erased, to stop its disappearing trend. In fact, it even started to become clearer and more obvious. An indescribable light began to appear in this bit of thought. As the light shone, more and more spirit fragments gathered around it. Chapter 1697. With this most fundamental transcendent will, Luo Fan's mind gradually condensed again. And the worldview that was born along with the transcendent will that completely belonged to him and was completely independent from the understanding of the world of any other living beings and existences also reappeared in his mind. The appearance of these two was like a stabilizing needle that firmly fixed his mind in the entire universe of negative emotions. No matter how the countless terrifying emperors attacked him, no matter how the power of the entire universe of negative emotions crushed him, it could not shake his spirit in the slightest. It could not make his spirit crumble. After experiencing destruction and annihilation, the moment his worldview appeared, it naturally had a kind of transcendence of nirvana and rebirth. Indistinctly, it had already integrated all of his past comprehensions and gains from the foundation. There was no longer any gap between his heart and this worldview, not even the slightest gap. The recovery of his mind was equivalent to the growth of the worldview of laws. Any growth of the worldview of laws would naturally transform into the recovery of his mind. In this way, they complemented and promoted each other, but the result was that Luo Fan's mind began to grow crazily during this process. It didn't take long for it to grow from a state that was about to be annihilated to a state that was even stronger than the little bit of clarity he had before. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, he had already crossed this level and began to frantically evolve towards a complete state. The whole process was unimaginably fast. In just a few breaths of time, Luo Fan's mind had already appeared in the universe of negative emotions, standing among the many enemies he had once fought. He looked at the many living beings with an inexplicable expression. Compared to before, his current mind constantly revealed a kind of transcendent charm, constantly revealing an aura that was independent of all things in the world, independent of all worlds, and even independent of the state of chaos. This was none other than the aura released by his worldview of laws, which had perfectly fused with his mind. At this moment, his mind was already equivalent to the worldview of laws. As for his worldview, it had already become part of his heart. This kind of light that belonged to the world of rules was not very strong. However, it kept spreading in all directions, turning more and more of the universe of negative emotions around him into a part of him. He gradually changed its nature. Even though it's only the images of the many living beings and the attacks of the many living beings, it's still not enough. However, you're nothing more than negative emotions. There is no difference between you and everything else in this universe of negative emotions. The impact you have on me is nothing. It won't be any different from everything else around us. Luo Fan looked at the many creatures around him. However, he said so. Following his words, the light emitted from his body. It became more and more penetrating. The surrounding light became more penetrating, and those who were enveloped by the light began to tremble. Naturally, the many living beings turned illusory. They became blurry and gradually looked like phantoms, turning into illusory objects. At this moment, all of the living beings were howling out crazily. All kinds of attacks that were either familiar or unfamiliar to Luo Fan surged out from their bodies. However, these attacks could no longer be compared to the attacks that completely destroyed Luo Fan's mind. They couldn't even make him feel any pressure anymore. In his mind, these attacks were just ordinary surges of negative emotions. Even though they were unimaginably powerful, they were still just negative emotions. All kinds of attacks still acted on his mind. They still relied on the power of his mind to shake himself and destroy himself. As long as he could recognize the truth and see the truth, he would be able to avoid this kind of influence. He would be able to deal with them like he dealt with ordinary negative emotions. Dealing with ordinary negative emotions was obviously a simple matter for Luo Fan. It was precisely because of this that all these things happen here at this moment. After sighing, Luo Fan said, "Disperse." As he said this, the light emitted from his body trembled slightly. Immediately after, the endless figures around him collapsed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Luo Fan sensed that the place that resonated with the fluctuations of the world became unprecedentedly clear. It was so clear that he felt that he only needed to take a step forward to instantly see that thing. With a thought, he raised his hand and gently patted the void in front of him. In an instant, a door appeared in front of him. Behind that door was an aura that he was extremely familiar with. It was the kind of existence that was incomparably compatible with his mind and could even be called the home of his mind. That was obviously his body. After discovering the existence of his body, he naturally wouldn't stay here any longer. With a thought, he lifted his foot and took a step forward. His figure had already crossed the door and entered the body of the heavenly monarch. Just as he left the universe of negative emotions, two pairs of eyes suddenly landed on him. The two gazes were so powerful and so terrifying that under their gaze, Luo Fan felt as if his whole body had begun to tremble, and he felt as if his soul was about to be completely crushed into dust by these gazes in the next moment. This is the existence that is suspected to be a true saint. At this moment, such a thought instantly emerged in his mind. Immediately after, the gazes slightly narrowed and disappeared. As soon as the gazes disappeared, Luo Fan felt inexplicably relaxed all over his body. Immediately after, the feeling of negative emotions had completely disappeared, as if they had never existed. Everything that had happened before, it was as if it was just a dream, just an illusory illusion. What's going on here? Is he a true saint or a false saint? This doubt instantly emerged in Luo Fan's mind. At this moment, there was a sudden cracking sound around him. In this sound, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the two palms formed by the power of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light and the essence of the innate, inextinguishable essence. Immediately after, in front of him, they suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared before. And at this moment, Luo Fan felt his palms sink, and an item appeared in his hand. It was an irregular cone-shaped item. On it, there was a kind of eternal and indestructible aura, and there was a kind of charm that Luo Fan was very familiar with. Obviously, this item was none other than the fragment of the primordial spiritual treasure, or rather, it was after it had grown, the fragment of the primordial spiritual treasure. On this fragment, Luo Fan could even see traces of the V-shaped fragment of ambition. From this, it could be seen that this fragment was formed from the V-shaped fragment that had been supplemented with new fragments. And the power that caused him to run for his life and almost lose all of his strength to the point that his two palms collapsed was clearly from this fragment in front of him. After understanding this, his heart skipped a beat. The time that had passed before emerged in his mind. Only for a moment? In an instant, Luo Fan understood how much time had passed in the outside world when he was thrown into the universe of negative emotions. I have clearly been there for at least tens of thousands of years. Such a thought flashed in his mind. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ever since he discovered this innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, he was the one who was unpredictable every time he faced an enemy. He was the one who could easily use some means to play with the opponent in the palm of his hand and make the opponent unknowingly act according to his will. But this time, on the contrary, he became the one who felt that his opponent was unpredictable. He became the one who couldn't see what kind of means his opponent used and what kind of methods his opponent used. This kind of contrast made him a little unable to react for a while. With a slight sigh, Luo Fan looked at the man in front of him. After losing the power of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light and the powerful palm that was condensed from the essence of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, The man's face had already become quite ugly. I didn't expect this fragment to actually take the initiative to summon other fragments. It seems that the fragment you obtained before is at least the core of a true divine treasure, the man said with an ugly expression. The core of a true divine treasure. Luo Fan heard and shook his head. Why do you think about things related to true divine with a way of thinking below true divine? The man's face changed when he heard this. For existences below true divine, this kind of push is naturally very reasonable and can even be said to be completely correct. However, that is only for existences below true divine. For existences of true divine level, how do you know whether this is the case or not? True divine itself is a level beyond our understanding, Luo Fan said faintly. The man's eyes revealed a kind of sudden realization. Obviously, he had already agreed with what Luo Fan had said. After a moment of silence, he said, "You have passed my test. I, the Extreme King, admit that you have the right to keep the inextinguishable spiritual light. Goodbye." With that, he turned around to leave. Seeing him leave just like that, Luo Fan just coldly smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist attacked me like this twice, causing me to fall into a predicament where I almost died twice. Don't tell me you want to end everything with just one sentence?" The Extreme King's face changed as he turned to look at Luo Fan and said, "Do you really think that you have already won? Of course not. How can it be considered a victory without making you pay the price?" Luo Fan said faintly. As he spoke, the spiritual light on his body flowed into the inextinguishable spiritual treasure fragment in his hand. The fragment began to shake violently, and the shadow of a six-fingered palm suddenly appeared from the fragment and pounced towards the Extreme King. Before he entered the universe of negative emotions, his body and mind were already extremely tired. He was on the verge of losing all of his strength, and this clone was completely destroyed. However, after going through the tempering of the universe of negative emotions, his spirit had reached a whole new level. At this moment, the power of his spirit was several times stronger than before. Moreover, because he had completely integrated with the world of laws, his strength had received a huge improvement. Because of that, the spiritual light in his body naturally grew. In the end, his strength that was nearing its end was completely replenished. It could even be said that he had taken another step forward. Therefore, at this time, he was in peak condition. Naturally, he could activate the traces of the true divine in the fragment and use it against his opponent. Seeing this shadow, the Extreme King's face changed. He let out a light shout, and a long river rushed out of his body. In the air, it turned into two palms. They met the six-fingered palm. These two palms were much weaker than the two palms from before. Whether it was the strength or the way the palms changed, they were all the same. But, after all, the palms were condensed from the power of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light and the essence of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. The method of using it was also comprehended from the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. Its power was also extremely strong. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Under such circumstances, the two palms met the shadow of the six-fingered palm. However, it did not collapse immediately. Instead, the six-fingered palm changed into dozens of attacks. In the end, it condensed into a hand seal that surpassed the understanding of Luo Fan and the man. Then, it took the opportunity to smash the two palms. Next, it went one step further and probed forward. In an instant, the man's body was completely shattered. All traces of the man's existence were erased in an instant. They were completely erased in an instant, disappearing without a trace. After doing all this, Luo Fan's body flickered, and he quickly brought the primordial spiritual treasure fragment into the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. Then, the essence of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light took effect. It instantly cut off the connection between the six-fingered palm and the fragment. Before, when Luo Fan activated the six-fingered palm, he had already anticipated this step. He allowed the six-fingered palm to be connected to the fragment at all times. The six-fingered palm itself was only an illusory appearance, and it was completely controlled by the fragment. Therefore, at this time, the connection between the fragment and the six-fingered palm was cut off. Naturally, the six-fingered palm that was planning to continue to wreak havoc and change the world shook slightly. Then, the six-fingered palm suddenly collapsed. It turned into countless fine light fragments that scattered in all directions and disappeared without a trace. It seems that if I want to activate the fragment's strongest power, I still need the help of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop this change at all. Luo Fan sighed. At this moment, the fragment in his hand jumped for a while before it stopped. It seemed to be a little insatiable. However, after knowing what the result of the fragment's full power would be, its behavior could no longer make Luo Fan feel any sympathy. Thus, at this moment, he casually pressed his hand down and put the fragment into his universe in his sleeve. At this moment, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, his main body and clone exerted force at the same time, and space-time started to shift. As the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light shifted, it started to traverse space-time continuously and headed towards where his main body was. It seems that no one can stop me this time. This thought appeared in Luo Fan's mind. At this moment, just as the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was about to traverse space-time to where his main body was, he suddenly felt the surrounding space-time shift inexplicably change. An indescribable distortion suddenly took effect on the surrounding space-time, making him feel that he was actually getting further and further away from where his main body was. It seems that I spoke too early. Luo Fan could only smile helplessly at this moment. Even an ordinary person could see that someone else had interfered and shifted the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light to another location, let alone Luo Fan. At this moment, he took a step forward, and his figure had already left the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. He directly appeared in the middle of the ring formed by the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. As he suppressed this place, the surrounding space-time, which was constantly changing and shifting towards a completely unfamiliar place, suddenly distorted. In the end, with a slight tremble, it left the state of shifting space-time and appeared in a space-time that was completely unfamiliar to Luo Fan. Of course, this space-time was completely unfamiliar to Luo Fan, and it should also be completely unfamiliar to the other party. After arriving here, Luo Fan took out the fragment of the primordial spiritual treasure without hesitation. He could not hide from his opponent here. For someone who could interfere when his clone and his main body were shifting space-time together, it was impossible for him to escape. To be able to change the direction of the shift, it had to be at least a level 3 Supreme Emperor who had refined the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. In this kind of existence, clearly knew that he was here. Wanting to attack him here was just a matter of a thought. All he could do was to prepare as soon as possible and prepare to attack before the opponent arrived. Instead of fleeing like a stray dog, as expected, just as the fragment of the primordial spiritual treasure appeared in Luo Fan's hand. The space-time in front of him twisted, and then the figure of an old man appeared. Gradually, he appeared there. This old man's entire body was filled with an aura that was even stronger than that of the man he had encountered before. It was an aura that was eternal and indestructible. The light of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light that lingered around his body was even more obvious than that of the man from before. That was also the Extreme Emperor. It had to be more obvious and more dazzling. Obviously, just from this appearance, one could already tell that Yi Zichen was a saint. This old man's mastery of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was stronger than that of the Extreme Emperor. Moreover, it was a lot stronger. However, this also meant that the challenge that Luo Fan encountered was more difficult and more difficult to overcome. With his previous experience, Luo Fan didn't plan on speaking at all. As he saw this old man appear, his thoughts stirred, and the primordial essence spirit treasure fragment in his hand suddenly shook. A brilliant light emerged, condensing into a six-fingered palm in the air. This palm formed a seal in midair and then slammed down at the old man. The old man had already prepared to attack. Although the six-fingered palm came in a hurry, it did not have much effect on him. At this moment, a handprint appeared on his body. It was a claw that made this handprint. It only had 4 fingers, but they shone with an eternal and inextinguishable luster. Every movement was exquisite and mysterious, to the point that even Luo Fan could not understand it. The handprint made by the claw was mysterious. After it appeared, it naturally suppressed time and space, causing endless cracks to appear in the surrounding space. In the end, it turned into billions of fragments that rushed in all directions. They turned into smoke and surrounded the handprint. Under the effect of the handprint's power, the smoke continued to condense into all kinds of unimaginable light and shadow. It turned into an unimaginable attack that accompanied the handprint and blasted towards the six-fingered palm. This is a simulation of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. However, it is tens of thousands of times stronger than my simulation. At this moment, such a thought appeared in Luo Fan's mind. With his eyesight, he could see at a glance that the claw that shot out from the old man's body was not the one that the Extreme Emperor had used before. It was not the one that was formed by the power of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light and the essence of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Instead, it was completely formed by the imitation of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light with its own power. The reason why the strange appearance of the claw was that the old man had dug out from the depths of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. The structure of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was deeply carved into the foundation of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. It was as if every perfect world had a connate Taoist body that was different from most other perfect worlds. The foundation of every connate, inextinguishable spiritual light had a structure that could bring out the strongest power of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. This structure was equivalent to the connate Taoist body of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. It was obvious that the old man's spiritual light was the palm of his born Taoism aptitude that had appeared in front of Luo Fan at this moment. The appearance of the four-fingered claw, of course, the structure of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was still different from the connate Taoist body of the perfect world. The connate Taoist body of the perfect world was the image of the existence that created the perfect world. However, the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was different. It was an existence that was born from chaos. If there was a creator, it would be in a state of chaos. It was not a living creature, and it had no form. Therefore, the structure of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was naturally not the image of the existence that created it. Chapter 1698. The handprint formed by the claw collided with the handprint of Luo Fan's six-fingered palm. In an instant, an earth-shattering rumble resounded as a peerlessly powerful shock wave surged out in all directions from the point of collision. It directly crushed the space and the surroundings into powder, and then it transformed into smoke that surged out in all directions like waves. Facing such an impact, Luo Fan's heart stirred. More light poured into the primordial essence spirit treasure fragment in his hand. After the fragment obtained the spiritual light, the light that it spewed out became even more intense. The power of the palm that was condensed suddenly increased by several times. In that instant, the seal formed by the palm shattered the claw, causing the mist that was shattered from the surrounding shockwaves to surge and pounce towards the old man. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived before the old man and was pressing down on him. At that moment, shock finally appeared on the old man's face. He roared, and his body suddenly flashed with an eternal and indestructible light. Under this light, the six-fingered palm did not shatter the other party like before and wipe away all traces of the other party. Instead, with a slight tremble, it bounced back and retreated a great distance. This is the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. This thought flashed through Luo Fan's mind. However, before he could come up with a solution, the six-fingered palm had already made its move. At this moment, with a slight turn of his hand, a dynamic hand seal appeared. The dynamic handprint vibrated. Suddenly, an immeasurably powerful world was formed. This world was extremely strange and mysterious. It was completely different from the worlds that Luo Fan had seen in the past. It seemed to contain all the mysteries of the world, but it was also twisted and changed in some way. With an extremely complete posture, it brazenly crushed down on the old man. The eternal indestructibility around the old man's body. Under the crushing pressure of this world, the indestructible radiance suddenly emitted all sorts of unimaginable sounds. These sounds were like something extremely hard being worn away bit by bit, shattering bit by bit. That sound, anyone who heard it would involuntarily feel that it was extremely horrifying. As the voice rang out, the light began to dissipate bit by bit. Bit by bit, strands of light gradually dispersed during this process. It looked like some kind of incomparably hard object was being worn away, and powder was being ground out. The old man had an extremely pained expression on his face. His eyes shone with a bright light. This strong light was similar to the connate, inextinguishable spirit light. Moreover, this kind of light, compared to the light around his body that was being worn away and crushed, it was much stronger and more obvious. In the light surrounding his body was quickly replenished. All the damage caused by the pressure quickly recovered at this moment. However, no matter how it tried to recover, the world easily scattered it, causing the light to dissipate once more. This caused the distance between the world and the old man to grow closer and closer. The entire process seemed to be extremely long. It seemed to have happened for a long time, but in fact from the pressure of this handprint, until the light from the old man's eyes made up for the loss of the surrounding light, the entire process didn't even take the passage of time. In other words, the two seemed to have happened at the same time. Only an existence at the Supreme Emperor level could compress the battle into such a short period of time, and achieve such an effect in such a short period of time. However, although the old man was powerful and had the power of the connate inextinguishable spirit light to make up for it, he still couldn't bring the connate inextinguishable spirit light with him to fight the enemy. At this moment, the world was still suffering from extreme damage. After almost collapsing, it broke through the obstruction of the eternal and inextinguishable light and directly slammed onto the old man's body, causing the old man's body to collapse. The eternal and inextinguishable power that formed the old man's body suddenly collapsed, turning into tiny fragments that scattered in all directions. Of course, being eternally indestructible and indestructible meant being eternally indestructible and indestructible. Although this light had already been ground into powder and became incomparably fine, so much so that it felt as if it would directly fuse with the void and completely disappear with a gust of wind. But in the end, it still existed and scattered in all directions, not dissipating, even though the handprint formed by the six-fingered hand was surging with power at this moment, constantly crashing against the light and stirring it up in an attempt to erase and destroy it completely. It was impossible. Faced with such a change, Luo Fan had an indescribable expression on his face. From this point of view, the old man in front of him was much stronger than the man he had met earlier. At the very least, the old man's control over the connate inextinguishable spirit light was much stronger. Previously, when the man was struck by this palm, all traces of his existence were easily erased by the six-fingered hand. There was no such effect at all, and the reason for this effect wasn't complicated. It was precisely because the old man's comprehension of the connate inextinguishable spirit light had reached an extremely deep level, which allowed the power of the connate inextinguishable spirit light to retain more of its characteristics. In other words, it was compatible with the characteristics of the connate inextinguishable spirit light and possessed this kind of inextinguishable characteristic. Faced with this kind of spirit light, Luo Fan didn't relax at all. Without hesitation, he let the six-fingered hand continue to move, allowing it to continuously grind and destroy the light formed by the clones, those light rays. After all, they only possessed some of the characteristics of the connate inextinguishable spirit light, but they weren't the real connate inextinguishable spirit light. Therefore, under the suppression of the six-fingered hand, the light rays couldn't remain unmoving. They dissipated bit by bit. In the end, after dozens of breaths, all the light rays finally disappeared completely. In the end, after dozens of breaths, all the light rays finally disappeared completely. Only the six-fingered hand and the powerful shockwaves from the previous battle remained in the surroundings. At first, the old man was smashed into pieces. It didn't even take a moment. But after that, it took dozens of breaths to completely crush the pieces of the old man's corpse. This huge difference in time showed how difficult it was to deal with the Supreme Emperor who truly grasped the connate inextinguishable spirit light. The enemies around him had disappeared, and the six-fingered hand was about to move again to change this part of the world. Luo Fan hurriedly turned around and directly entered the connate inextinguishable spirit light. After that, the power of the connate inextinguishable spirit light naturally isolated the power of the fragment, causing the six-fingered hand to be unable to continue existing at this moment. After a slight tremble, it had already collapsed and turned into nothingness as the six-fingered hand finally disappeared. This place. As the original calm state was restored, the shockwaves from the battle began to gradually dissipate at this moment. Everything, after a short while, had completely calmed down. Just when Luo Fan was about to continue teleporting and return to where his main body was, suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Once again, it fell from the sky. "Are you done yet?" Luo Fan was finally angry at this moment. Ever since he moved the connate inextinguishable spirit light to the edge of the gate of chaos, it was as if all the experts in this world knew that he possessed this connate inextinguishable spirit light. All sorts of people wanted to join in and continuously pounced on him, wanted to snatch his connate inextinguishable spirit light so that he didn't even have time to teleport. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't stand it. Moreover, Luo Fan was already used to the status of an expert, and he wasn't willing to be bullied anymore. That ray of light wouldn't stop just because of this sentence. At this moment, it had already blasted on the connate inextinguishable spirit light. At this moment, an extremely strong wave was produced on the connate inextinguishable spirit light. Under this wave, Luo Fan, who was inside the connate inextinguishable spirit light, felt his body suffer an indescribable shock. Amidst the tremors, he felt as if his power and everything about him was being grabbed by someone and being shaken continuously. He actually directly attacked the body of the connate inextinguishable spirit light. Luo Fan frowned at this moment. The target that this new opponent had chosen was somewhat out of his expectations. The connate inextinguishable spiritual light itself was eternal and indestructible. Even in its chaotic state, it was difficult for it to be damaged in the slightest. Under such circumstances, if someone wanted to stop him, the most logical choice would be to target him. However, this person in front of him actually acted in an abnormal way and actually directly targeted the connate inextinguishable spirit light. Did he think that he had a more terrifying destructive power than the state of chaos? That he could destroy the connate inextinguishable spirit light that even the state of chaos couldn't destroy? This kind of thinking seemed ridiculous no matter how one looked at it. After all, only a true saint could have such an ability. And if a true saint wanted this connate inextinguishable spirit light, he obviously only needed to grab it casually. He might not even need to move his hand, and the connate inextinguishable spirit light would fall into his hand. And Luo Fan might also directly die and his soul would scatter. Why would he need to use this kind of method to attack the connate inextinguishable spirit light? However, this doubt soon disappeared without a trace, because in an instant Luo Fan already knew what the opponent was thinking. At this moment, he could only feel that the light that was acting on the connate inextinguishable spirit light had suddenly obtained some kind of indescribable penetrating power. This penetrating power directly penetrated the barrier of the connate inextinguishable spirit light and brazenly penetrated into the connate inextinguishable spirit light. It shook everything inside the connate inextinguishable spirit light in an unimaginable way, shaking the depths of the connate inextinguishable spirit light and starting to trigger some kind of change in the connate inextinguishable spirit light. This kind of change was none other than driving away everything that did not belong to the connate inextinguishable spirit light. At this moment, Luo Fan felt an inexplicable repulsive force acting on his flesh and blood. In this repulsive force, his flesh and blood began to tremble slightly. Faint traces of blood could be seen all over his body. It was as if the connate inextinguishable spirit light was already continuously repelling his body and wanted to send his body out of the connate inextinguishable spirit light. So that's the idea. It's really a good plan. At this time, Luo Fan had already understood in his heart. The attacker did not want to destroy the connate inextinguishable spirit light. Instead, he wanted to use the method that he comprehended from the connate inextinguishable spirit light to stimulate the potential of the connate inextinguishable spirit light. He wanted to completely dispel the brand that anyone had branded on his body. In this way, he would kick out Luo Fan, who seemed to have used some kind of method to barely refine the connate inextinguishable spirit light. Thinking of this, Luo Fan could not help but praise again, "Good method." After exclaiming in admiration, his heart stirred. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the bronze mirror in his hand. He swayed it slightly. In an instant, a power that surpassed the limits of Luo Fan's understanding spread out and directly swept through the connate inextinguishable spirit light. The power that had penetrated the connate inextinguishable spirit light and caused the connate inextinguishable spirit light to reject everything was instantly crushed. All the power was completely expelled. Moreover, this incomprehensible power was even reflected back along with this power. It traced back to its source. It directly arrived at the source of the power and instantly erased the existence of the source of the power. In an instant, the surroundings became quiet. The light disappeared without a trace. Even the existence that had emitted the light no longer made any sound throughout the entire process. Although the other party's attack was extremely fierce, Luo Fan's counterattack was equally fierce. The person did not even have a chance to appear before he was completely erased. All traces of his existence here had completely disappeared. If only this could happen a few more times. Luo Fan could not help but sigh at this moment. Although the attack just now was extremely fierce and had even almost expelled the connate inextinguishable spirit light from his body, he had completely lost the connate inextinguishable spirit light. However, because he had the primal origin spiritual treasure, he could easily erase this kind of attack. Then, with the help of the mysterious primal origin spiritual treasure, he could follow the power of the attack and spread the power of the primal origin spiritual treasure outside the connate inextinguishable spirit light. Then, he could conveniently erase the person that the primal origin spiritual treasure could not deal with. This was obviously a method of using the primal origin spiritual treasure's power to attack. If every one of his opponents used this method to attack, he would be able to easily eliminate the source of all the attacks. After waiting for a while and realizing that no one else was coming, Luo Fan let out an inexplicable sigh. With a thought, he began to fuse with his body. The two of them worked together to shift time and space. He wanted to directly move the connate inextinguishable spirit light across space to where his body was. At this moment, an inexplicable sigh entered his ears. "You have passed the test. From now on, this connate inextinguishable spirit light is yours. Anyone who wants to seize your connate inextinguishable spirit light will be my enemy. I will help you." This was the voice of the old man from before. Then, a clear voice sounded, "I also admit that you have passed the test. I will also help when others try to seize your connate inextinguishable spirit light." This clear voice seemed to be a woman's voice, but also like a boy's voice which made Luo Fan feel extremely strange. With a slight jolt in his heart, he understood that the person who spoke later was obviously the Supreme Emperor that Luo Fan had directly smashed into pieces without even showing his face at this time. Luo Fan did not respond to their words at all. For him now, the most important thing was to shift time and space and send the connate, inextinguishable spirit light to where his body was. At where his body was, his power would be endless, and he could have as much as he wanted. Although the power of the primal origin spiritual treasure fragment would not necessarily be much stronger than it was now, its endurance would definitely be countless times stronger than it was now. In this way, when his connate, inextinguishable spirit light was transferred to where his body was, his combat strength would increase by tens of thousands of times. If other level 3 emperors wanted to attack him, no matter who they were, he had absolute confidence that he could defeat them. Under such circumstances, since there was a chance, naturally he would return to where his body was first. Not long after, the time and space shift stopped. The connate, inextinguishable spirit light had already appeared in a palace. His body was sitting on the throne at the top of the palace, overlooking the connate, inextinguishable spirit light. "I'm finally back." A feeling as if it had been a lifetime ago emerged in his heart. It had been tens of millions of years since he had created this clone. During such a long time, Luo Fan had comprehended many things. He had encountered many enemies and obtained many treasures. Now that he had finally returned, he felt quite complicated for a moment. However, this was clearly not the time to savor such complicated emotions. His expression turned solemn. His expression became solemn, and he said, "Now that I've passed the test, I can be considered a level 3 emperor. So can I test you?" This voice was directly transmitted from the source of the previous 2 voices, directly into the ears of the 2 emperors, allowing them to hear the content of Luo Fan's words in an instant. Hearing this, the 2 supreme emperors were obviously stunned. There was no other reason for this. Luo Fan's words were too strange. No other level 3 emperor had ever raised such a question. Moreover, these level 3 emperors had never thought that someone would actually raise such a question. After all, for them, admitting that a supreme emperor could retain the connate, inextinguishable spirit light was already a great kindness. Even if there had been some friction before, even if there had been some unpleasantness during the test, wasn't it still a test? How could this little unpleasantness count for anything? A normal emperor, shouldn't he be extremely happy to join their circle? Should he become one of them? How could there be someone so vengeful that after joining their circle, he actually wanted to take revenge on the previous test and test them instead? Sure enough, this is the Luo Emperor I know. At this moment, a loud laugh reached Luo Fan's ears. This voice was also familiar to Luo Fan. It belonged to the Supreme Emperor of the same generation as the Primordial Lord of Heaven. He was also a level 3 emperor who had mastered the connate, inextinguishable spirit light, the World Emperor. Hearing this, Luo Fan's expression relaxed. He sighed and said, "With your participation, I'm afraid this matter can't be settled." Why can't it be settled? I'm not here to mediate. I'm just here to say hello. If you want to do it, then do it. I don't have any objections." The World Emperor smiled and said, These fellows, each and every one of them thinks that they are high and mighty and have set themselves up in a small circle. They think that everyone else is a level lower than them, and when they speak of others, they use a disdainful tone. It's truly annoying. You better teach them a lesson and let them know exactly what kind of experts they are." The World Emperor followed up. "Why are you fanning the flames, World Emperor?" At this moment, another voice that had never appeared before interrupted. "Is this interesting? They're all acting like swallows that are unfathomable." The World Emperor frowned. As he spoke, he snorted coldly. In an instant, the space-time in front of Luo Fan began to evolve into light and shadow, forming a world. In these worlds, one could see the existence of supreme emperors with faint, eternal, and indestructible radiance. Among them, there was the World Emperor, the man Luo Fan had encountered at the beginning, the old man, and the woman whose voice could be easily matched with the clear voice from before. Apart from them, there were also a few others. Altogether, there were a total of 17 people. When Luo Fan saw this, he instantly understood that the Supreme Emperors here were all level 3 Emperors. In other words, they were all powerful beings who had mastered a connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. In other words, there are 17 connate, inextinguishable spiritual lights here. An inexplicable shock appeared in his heart, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Any connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was equivalent to a true sage or a primordial spiritual treasure. Its preciousness was almost the highest among all treasures and surpassed all other things. But here, in this world, there were a total of 17 of them. In fact, including himself, there were 18 of them. How could he not be surprised and shocked? Chapter 1699. I didn't expect there to be so many connate, inextinguishable spirit lights. Luo Fan exclaimed. I originally thought that there were connate, inextinguishable spirit lights in this world. 3 or 4 of them would be an exaggeration. Ha! Ha ha! It has been countless years since the birth of the world. Even before the primeval Lord of Heaven was born, there were billions of years, enough for countless primeval lords to be born. Even if the connate, inextinguishable spirit lights are thousands of times more difficult than the appearance of a true divine, it is still enough to accumulate thousands of connate, inextinguishable spirit lights. Now there are less than 20 of them. What is there to be surprised about? The Realm King said. Hearing this, Luo Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. In just the blink of an eye, the history of the world had been pushed forward billions of years, which made him feel inexplicably emotional. The other level 3 emperors all smiled bitterly at this moment. One by one, they greeted Luo Fan, including the Extreme Emperor and the other 2 level 3 emperors who had a conflict with Luo Fan before. After this greeting, Luo Fan already knew that the old man who had attacked him before was called Jade Emperor. As for that woman, her name was Ruo Huan. Among the dozen level 3 emperors, the 2 of them weren't the strongest, but they weren't the weakest either. Their strength was in the middle of all the emperors. After such a greeting, it was obviously not appropriate to fall out with them. Therefore, Luo Fan could only sigh and said to the Realm King, Fellow Taoist, you really put in a lot of effort for the peace of this world. Hearing this, the Realm King laughed and said, This world is so interesting, and now that it has undergone such a huge change because of you, wouldn't it be a pity if it was destroyed? Hearing this, Luo Fan understood that his previous guess was correct. The Realm King in front of him seemed to be mocking the other level 3 emperors, but in fact, he was trying to mediate the conflict between him and the other level 3 emperors, so that he wouldn't fight with the other emperors. The ultimate goal was to protect the world, to prevent this world from suffering irreparable damage from the battle between him and the other level 3 monarchs. For a level 3 monarch who had mastered the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, it might be difficult to completely destroy this world if he were to disregard everything. However, to cause this world to fall into chaos and cause irreparable damage to this world, it couldn't be any easier. At this time, the other third-rank monarchs looked at Luo Fan with an inexplicable gaze. It was as if Luo Fan had done something unbelievable. Why are they looking at me like that? Is it related to the huge change that the World King mentioned? Luo Fan's heart moved, and he could not help but have such a thought. You should know, before the World King said those words, these third-level monarchs didn't look at him in any special way. They were just looking at an ordinary third-level monarch who had just appeared. However, when the World Emperor said those words, their expressions instantly changed. From their looks, it was clear that they already knew about the change. However, it was only at this time that he connected this change with Luo Fan, and only then was he sure. It was Luo Fan who created this change. I didn't expect Taoist Friend to make such a change. No wonder Taoist Friend was able to refine the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. At this time, the Ruo Emperor suddenly said, That's right. Back then, in order to refine the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, I spent more than 3,000 trillion years and even fought with the other monarchs for tens of billions of times. In the end, I barely managed to refine the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Now, Taoist friend has actually completed this step in just tens of millions of years. I didn't know why before, but it turns out to be because of this. The extreme emperor also sighed. The old man. The Jade Emperor did not speak, but there was a look of enlightenment in his eyes. It was as if he had suddenly found the answer to a question that he had pondered for countless years. What are you all talking about? I'm confused. Luo Fan sighed. Taoist friend, you've been focusing on your clone, right? As long as you return your attention to your original body, you'll naturally know what's going on. The Realm Emperor smiled. After saying that, he said to the other monarchs, all right, let's not disturb Taoist Luo Emperor. Let him have time to sort out the changes that have happened in the past tens of millions of years. As he said that, Luo Fan nodded. His figure flickered slightly, and the light projection that belonged to the Realm Emperor gradually disappeared in front of him. As the light projection of the Realm Emperor disappeared, the light projections that represented the other monarchs also trembled slightly and disappeared in front of him. Seeing them like this, Luo Fan became even more curious. He took the opportunity to immerse his attention in his body, and then, relying on the perception of his body, he began to calculate the various changes that had occurred in this world over the past tens of millions of years. With this calculation, he immediately understood everything, and he couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. There's actually been such a change in just over 30 million years. No wonder their expressions are so strange. Such a thought flashed through his mind at this moment. After 30 million years of development, the world and the time when Luo Fan's spiritual light clone were separated had already undergone earth-shattering changes. At this moment, living beings with born Taoism aptitude, which was the kind of living beings with born Taoism aptitude that Gui's show had created, had already multiplied to every region, every piece of land, and every mountain in the entire world. The number of civilized countries in the entire world was already calculated in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, all the civilized countries had already been strung together to form a whole alliance. All the forces were united, directly beating all the other races into a minority. As a result, even the weakest beast that had the strength of a false sage had to avoid the civilized countries in order to survive in this world and cultivate in this world. The number of false sages born in the civilized countries had also increased crazily in the past few years. Now, there were already more than 200,000 of them. They were scattered among the countless civilized countries in the world and fused with them. They became the guardians of those countries and suppressed the living beings within the range of the civilized countries, so that the civilized countries would no longer be afraid of the attacks of other beasts. They also allowed the civilized countries to continuously expand and grow. If one looked at the overall area at this moment, the area occupied by the civilized countries had already occupied more than 60% of the entire world. The remaining 40% of the area was either too dangerous and could easily be destroyed by false sages. It was an area that was not suitable for living beings with born Taoism aptitude at all. Alternatively, it was the private land of the emperors, an area that the emperors had specially opened up to accommodate those beasts. It could be said that the living beings in the civilized countries had already become the true protagonists of this world. They had truly become the true protagonists of this entire world. This world had also become different from the past due to the transformation of the living beings in the civilized countries. In the past, apart from the occasional living beings that flew into the sky and the ground, it was empty. But now in the sky, under the ground, it was densely packed with man-made traces. What floating mountain? What floating island? What scorching ecosystem above the magma ocean? What an ecosystem in the netherworld sea? Flying cars, spaceships, and all kinds of floating magic treasures, these kinds of things. It was difficult for the world to find that kind of barbaric scene from before. Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat as he walked out of the hall he was in. Looking into the distance, the entire world looked like an extremely sci-fi, futuristic world. There were information streams everywhere. There were all kinds of obscure and strange fluctuations everywhere. In fact, there were all kinds of powerful magic treasures that looked like satellites orbiting according to some strange trajectory in the sky. All of this made him wonder if he had transmigrated again and arrived at a brand new time and space, a brand new world. The changes are actually so great. Luo Fan sighed as an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. The hall he was in now was the center of all the civilized countries in the entire world. It could be said that it was the center of countless civilized countries and the holy land in the hearts of billions of living beings in the entire world. All the changes that happen here would trigger the reaction of billions of civilized countries in the entire world. The moment Luo Fan appeared outside the hall, countless inexplicable fluctuations spread in the void. Indescribable ripples spread out in the void. In the blink of an eye, the entire world and countless countries seemed to have awakened from their slumber. Indescribably powerful auras burst out from the various civilizations and countries. After these auras erupted, they began to quickly gather in this location. After an unknown period of time, the figures of hundreds of thousands of false saints appeared in front of Luo Fan. They were densely packed in the void. At a glance, it was almost impossible to see the end of them. These were the clones of the false saints of all the civilized countries in this world. In front of these clones of the false saints, there were 3 figures. These 3 figures were extremely familiar to Luo Fan. They were Gue Shou, Qing Yi, and Yu Ji. Compared to the 3 people that Luo Fan had seen in the past tens of millions of years, at this moment, Gue Shou had already stood out and become a supreme emperor. Although he was only a level 1 emperor, the kind that could barely condense a concept and could not even come into contact with divine light. Not to mention Luo Fan, he was countless times weaker than even Tong Huang back then. However, the emperor was still the emperor. At this moment, he was already separated from all the other false saints. He had become a terrifying existence that could easily finish off all the false saints, even if he was surrounded and attacked by countless false saints. Seeing Gue Shou's appearance, Luo Fan instantly understood. In the past tens of millions of years, he had worked hard to help the many civilized countries gain a foothold in this world. However, unknowingly, he had obtained endless benefits from this world and the living beings in those civilized countries. This had continuously pushed his cultivation realm forward, and in the end, he had broken through the limit and become the current supreme emperor. On the other hand, Qing Yi and Yu Ji, who were on the left of Gue Shou, were not as lucky as Gue Shou. At this moment, the 2 of them were many times stronger than the other false saints. However, they were still false saints. Compared to Gue Shou, they were still much weaker. However, this was a normal cultivation speed. Within 30 million years, it was already considered that they were diligent in their cultivation to be able to rush from their original level to their current level. It was impossible for them to compare to Gue Shou. Gue Shou, Qing Yi, and Yu Ji brought hundreds of thousands of false saints clones. After seeing Luo Fan, they immediately knelt and said, "Greetings, Emperor Luo." This voice was grand and vast, directly causing the space-time within a radius of several light years to fluctuate inexplicably. An indescribable multicolored light descended from the sky and enveloped the area in front of Luo Fan. "Why are you doing this?" Luo Fan frowned. With a wave of his hand, all the multicolored light disappeared without a trace. These multicolored lights were the result of the communication between the many false saints and the world, allowing the world to naturally descend. It was formed from their greatest respect. They had endless uses. If an ordinary living being, even an ordinary person, was enveloped by this multicolored light, they would be able to instantly break through countless barriers and become a false saint. However, this was only for ordinary living beings. For Luo Fan, who had already become a level 3 emperor, these multicolored lights could only be used to look good. As such, it was very obvious that this multicolored light, to him, was a kind of illusory and meaningless change. After the multicolored light dissipated, Luo Fan said indifferently, You guys have done well. You guys have changed this world very well. Continue to work hard. Disperse." Hearing his words, the many false saints looked at each other. In the end, Gui Shou understood Luo Fan's thoughts. They hurriedly led the many false sages to bow. After a round of congratulations, they dispersed and returned to their original positions. However, in the end, only the false saints left. Gui Shou, Qing Yi, and Yu Ji remained where they were. Luo Fan glanced at them and said, "The three of you, come here." When the three of them heard that, they were overjoyed. They hurriedly went forward and bowed to Luo Fan again. As Luo Fan frowned, Gui Shou said to Luo Fan, "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, master. I didn't waste this opportunity. When I was preaching to the many civilized countries in the world, I broke through the limit and am now an emperor. Well done." Luo Fan praised again. "The improvement of your cultivation realm is secondary. The most important thing is that you've protected these civilized countries very well." Gui Shou had a proud look on his face when he heard Luo Fan's praise. It was obvious that he was extremely happy about this. If we hadn't lost by accident, we would be the ones to become emperors," Qing Yi said disdainfully at this moment. No matter how one listened to it, there was a hint of jealousy in those words. "How's the reinforcement of your worlds?" Luo Fan looked at Qing Yi and Yu Ji and asked. Speaking of this, the two of them were elated. Yu Ji even said, "The reinforcement has been completed. All the worlds are now impregnable. Even if we leave completely, they will not change at all. The living beings in them will not be harmed at all. It has completely achieved what Master said back then." Luo Fan's heart stirred. His perceptions swept across, and in an instant, he had already seen the 30 million worlds clearly. After seeing this, he could not help but laugh. So this is how these worlds are reinforced. Seeing Luo Fan's expression, Qing Yi and Yu Ji couldn't help but blush. They said, "It's not that we deliberately took advantage of them, but that they took the initiative to gather their thoughts on this mountain to strengthen these worlds. It's not that we deliberately absorbed them to strengthen them, so we can't be blamed." It turned out that the 30 million worlds were actually gathered together with this mountain that had condensed again at some point in time. They were enduring the refinement of the thoughts of the countless living beings in the countless countries, and their quality was constantly improving. Now, it had unknowingly become an unbreakable existence, just like this mountain peak. In other words, these worlds were actually reinforced by the power of the countless civilized countries. Only the edges were their own power, whether it is active or passive. The truth is the truth, Gui Shou said faintly. Hearing this, Qing Yi and Yu Ji snorted. Luo Fan smiled faintly and said, "Come with me for a walk." As he spoke, a clone walked out of his main body. With a wave of his hand, an auspicious cloud appeared under his feet. It carried Gui Shou, Yu Ji, and Qing Yi and slowly floated up into the air. It seemed to be leisurely flying in a certain direction. It was not that Luo Fan did not want to use his main body, but because the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light was in the palace at this moment. Without the protection of his main body, perhaps another Supreme Emperor could take the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light away. The other level, 3 emperors had already agreed with Luo Fan to leave the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light behind, and some even said that they would help if someone else took the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. However, Luo Fan did not dare to place all his hopes on their approval and help. It was extremely foolish to place all one's hopes on others for anything. It would be fine if they agreed and helped, but what if someone among them broke the rules? Or it might not be the 17 level, 3 emperors. What if the other level, 3 emperors who did not join this circle, took action? What if those emperors who promised to help if someone else took action did not take action? Could Luo Fan still let them take the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light? How could this be possible? In other words, if such a situation were to occur, all Luo Fan could do was to condemn them while his tears flowed down his stomach. The innate, inextinguishable spiritual light could not be taken back no matter what. Therefore, in order to prevent such a seemingly unlikely thing from happening. Luo Fan could only leave his body next to the innate, inextinguishable spirit light and use his strongest strength to protect the innate, inextinguishable spirit light, to prevent the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light from being taken away by others. Because of this, he could only send his doppelganger out to see the world and could not use his main body. After his doppelganger left with the others, his main body turned around and returned to the palace, standing directly in front of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. At this moment, his doppelganger that resonated with the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light was still inside the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, still sitting cross-legged in the void, holding the bronze mirror-like chaotic origin spiritual treasure. When his main body came before the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, his doppelganger and his doppelganger's eyes met, and an inexplicable feeling surged in Luo Fan's heart. His main body and his doppelganger shared the same consciousness, the same mind. For Luo Fan, there was no difference in essence. However, at this moment, when his main body looked at this doppelganger, he unknowingly felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. It was as if this doppelganger and his main body were already fundamentally different and had become different from the original. Of course, this was not because he felt that this doppelganger was about to become independent and become a new individual or be refined by others and become someone else's doppelganger. Instead, this doppelganger had unknowingly walked a different path from his main body. This path that was different from his main body had now reached the point where it could not be ignored by Luo Fan, and it had actually vaguely changed the essence of this doppelganger. The innate, inextinguishable spiritual light is indeed mysterious. At this moment, Luo Fan could not help but sigh. His mind was sharp, and in the blink of an eye, he had already figured out why he was feeling this way. This was clearly the doppelganger cultivating the cultivation system within the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, and in the process of resonating with the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, he had unknowingly stepped onto another path that could only be cultivated within the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, and that was the path to become a true sage. If it was said that Luo Fan's main body cultivated the worldview that was completely suitable for his main body and pursued the path to become a true sage, then his doppelganger's current path was to rely on the assimilation of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light and completely assimilate the worldview of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light with his doppelganger in pursuit of becoming a true sage. Chapter 1700. No matter how deeply he assimilated this worldview, there would still be some differences from his original heart, and this difference would ultimately lead to one result, which was that this clone could only step into the true saint realm within the natural, inextinguishable spirit light due to the support of the external environment. If he lost the environment, in other words, left the natural, inextinguishable spirit light, the final result would be that he would not be able to perfectly support his cultivation realm, causing him to fall from the supreme, true saint realm. It was precisely because of this that Luo Fan had such a regretful feeling at this moment. With a slight sigh, Luo Fan took a step forward and stepped into the natural, inextinguishable spirit light. The moment he appeared, the entire natural, inextinguishable spirit light began to fluctuate inexplicably. This fluctuation was like a series of ripples being born from where Luo Fan's original body was, spreading out in all directions. Unknowingly, it caused the entire world within the natural, inextinguishable spirit light to tremble subtly. The feeling of entering this place with my original body and clone is indeed completely different. As he carefully savored the feeling that the surrounding natural, inextinguishable spirit light gave him, Luo Fan slightly sighed in his heart. Inside the natural, inextinguishable spirit light, his original body could more clearly sense the power of the natural, inextinguishable spirit light, and he could clearly feel how far the natural, inextinguishable spirit light could go. One could not see the true face of Mount Lu, only because one was in this mountain. His doppelganger had already reached a level close to the main body from another path. However, this clone and the natural inextinguishable spirit light were 1, 2, 2, 1. The natural inextinguishable spirit light was simply equivalent to his body. Under such circumstances, it was naturally difficult for him to have an objective sense of the strength of the natural inextinguishable spirit light. It was only at this moment that his original body came here that he could perceive everything from another angle and see everything clearly. After sighing, Luo Fan casually made a grabbing motion, and the bronze mirror in the clone's hand trembled slightly before falling into his hand. His original body and clone were both Luo Fan. Since the primal origin spiritual treasure had already been refined by his avatar, it was naturally equivalent to him refining it. Of course, he could control it at will. The moment he grabbed the copper mirror, he felt an indescribable power coming from the copper mirror and pressing down on him. In a trance, he felt as if his independent space-time dimension had been assimilated into the copper mirrors. That would be a more perfect and wonderful space-time dimension. What a powerful magic treasure. Luo Fan frowned slightly. Although this magic tool space-time dimension was far more perfect and wonderful than his, it was still only the space-time dimension of this primordial essence spirit treasure, not his own space-time dimension. It was just like someone else's worldview. No matter how strong and perfect it was still someone else's and not his. To him. But there weren't many benefits with a slight thought. The bronze mirror shone with an indescribable light. Amidst this light, the copper mirror's independent space-time dimension began to shrink. It gradually dissipated. In the end, the space-time dimension was completely close to the space-time dimension around Luo Fan's body, and even assimilated into it. An inexplicable sense of comfort welled up in Luo Fan's heart. This is the space-time dimension that belongs to me. Luo Fan let out a comfortable sigh. After this, he gently took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the place that was covered by countless strange lights and shadows. That place, the place that was directly in contact with the state of chaos. The relationship between heaven and earth and the state of chaos was not like the relationship between a bubble and an ocean that ordinary people understood. It was a more complicated, more wonderful, and more incredible relationship. Therefore, for heaven and earth, there was no difference between any position and the relative position of the primal chaos. Not to mention that the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light itself was on par with a perfect heaven and earth, and was not much worse than a perfect heaven and earth. The distance between it and the state of chaos would naturally not change because of its position in the heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that the innate, indestructible spiritual light might have already been shifted from the primal chaos gate to this sacred mountain, but this spot was still able to directly come into contact with the primal chaos state. The aura that it emitted was still continuously transforming into various strange light figures around it, causing all sorts of strange things to randomly appear within the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. No matter where Luo Fan wanted to go, there would not be any obstacles. Even the position where he was in direct contact with the state of chaos was the same for him. At this moment, with a sway of his body, he had already arrived in front of the state of chaos. He only needed to stretch out his hand to directly touch the state of chaos. As he arrived, the extremely dense aura of chaos skyrocketed by who knew how many times. Under the pressure of the aura of chaos, the copper mirror in Luo Fan's hand trembled slightly. A space-time dimension that completely belonged to the copper mirror, and it was even more perfect and wonderful than Luo Fan's unique space-time dimension, began to form on its own. It gradually changed the space-time dimension around Luo Fan, making it even more perfect and wonderful. Luo Fan could not help but frown deeply at this. This change was out of his expectations. He understood the reason behind it with just a little thought. The reason why the copper mirror had suddenly exerted force was very simple. It was because the aura of chaos from the state of chaos was so dense that the copper mirror had no choice but to resist it. If the copper mirror did not do this and did not activate its more perfect space-time dimension, the aura of chaos might corrode Luo Fan's mind and body, and then make him lose all perception of the outside world. He was completely immersed in the perception brought by the aura of chaos. It was just like when his avatar had directly come here. In other words, the reason why the chaotic spiritual treasure had changed was because it was protecting its master. The state of chaos. Luo Fan sighed. His main body needed to control everything. However, he could not completely meditate here and lose all perception of the outside world. Therefore, he could not break free from the unique space-time dimension of the copper mirror. After sighing inwardly, he turned around and left. When he left, the strange light and shadows formed by the overly dense chaos aura, the unique space-time dimension that had spread out from the copper mirror, began to gradually retract. It gradually melted into the space-time dimension around his body. This confirmed Luo Fan's guess just now. He gently stroked the copper mirror, feeling the extremely solid and mysterious feeling from it. Luo Fan casually gave it to the copper mirror. The copper mirror directly crossed the space to where his avatar was. His avatar, who had completely fused with his main body, took it. After that, Luo Fan took a step forward and entered the first level of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. The first level of the world was the most ordinary world. In other words, it was the world with the highest number of worlds in the entire group. As far as the eye could see, the worlds were densely packed together. Compared to his avatar, Luo Fan's main body contained more of his will. It contained more of his thoughts, so its perception was naturally stronger than before. After coming here, with a slight sweep of his gaze, he had already understood the many details of this world. He had even seen some of the mysteries hidden in this world that Luo Fan's clones hadn't discovered in the past. After all, this was a world that had evolved from the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. Even if it was the lowest level, it was definitely not something an ordinary world could compare to. It definitely contained countless mysteries that belonged to the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. And they were things that Luo Fan had not observed or comprehended when he entered this place with his avatar. However, it was only a first-level world after all. The mysteries contained in it were nothing compared to what Luo Fan had comprehended with the help of his avatar. Therefore, Luo Fan did not stay in this world for too long. He took a quick look around before leaving this world with a leap and heading to another world. In other words, he was heading to the second level of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. This second-level world was not the world that Luo Fan's avatar had entered. It was another world. As soon as he stepped into this world, Luo Fan could not help but take a deep breath. This world was many times more powerful than the Level 1 world. In this world, he could sense that the mysteries of the inextinguishable spirit light were even vaster, more magnificent, and even more incredible than before. He even felt that any one of these mysteries was enough to create a false sage. As expected, I still need my main body to make a trip there to discover that the nature of my avatar is ultimately still insufficient. This thought appeared in his mind at this moment. Even though Luo Fan's avatar had already become one with the connate inextinguishable spiritual light to a certain extent, he did not discover the mysteries of this world. It was only when he came here with his original body that he discovered them with his extraordinary nature. This discovery alone had deepened his understanding of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light and deepened the integration of his avatar with the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. In this second-level world, Luo Fan stayed for 3 days. Compared to the first-level world, which was only a few dozen breaths, it was more than 10,000 times longer. 3 days later, Luo Fan left this second-level world and stepped into a third-level world. After stepping into this world, a similar feeling appeared again. No matter how well this third-level world was hidden, even if it showed the scenery of an ordinary world and the rules of an ordinary world, in Luo Fan's eyes, the other hidden things were as obvious as fireflies in the darkness. At this moment, he immediately saw that there was a thin river hidden in the depths of the Great Tao. This long river was extremely mysterious. He could vaguely see the images of countless worlds in it. In it, Luo Fan even saw two worlds that he was familiar with at a glance. It was the first and second level worlds that he had been to before. With a jolt of his heart, Luo Fan identified the nature of this long river. It's actually condensing the mysteries of the low-level worlds and combining them according to the structure of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. With this thought flashing in his mind, he could not help but smile bitterly. This extremely fundamental change was not discovered by his clone at all. He could only see everything with his own eyes when his original body came here. He actually discovered the existence of this long river, which made him realize the difference between his clone and his original body. It seems like I've previously planned to use my clone to cultivate here and experience the mysteries of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. I'm afraid I'll have to change my plan. With this thought in mind, he lifted his foot and took a light step forward. His figure directly arrived in the darkness of this world and arrived on the Great Path. The Great Path was an extremely unimaginable existence. Although it looked like an endless long river in Luo Fan's eyes, that was only the appearance that Luo Fan had materialized based on his own understanding. In fact, the Great Path itself did not have any fixed form. For the Great Path, a form was also a part of it. How could it have a form? Therefore, the thin, long river that seemed to be a part of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light was in the depths of the Great Path. However, it did not mean that there was really a layered long river in the depths of the Great Path. At this moment, when Luo Fan arrived here and looked down, the first thing he saw was a boundless long river. It seemed extremely pure, but also extremely turbid. It seemed to be as clear as pure water, but also like black muddy water. Then, he carefully distinguished it and changed his angle slightly. Only then did he see that in the depths of the long river, there seemed to be an indistinct long river formed by the combination of countless worlds that flowed endlessly without a beginning or a trace. With a slight thought, he raised his hand and reached out gently. He slowly delved into the Great Path and reached out towards one of the worlds in the inner long river. The Great Path did not have a distance or a level. As long as he could break through the resistance, he would naturally be able to come into contact with all the targets that he wanted to come into contact with. Obviously, for Luo Fan, whose clone had almost become one with the Great Path, there was almost no resistance from the Great Path for him. Therefore, it was very easy for Luo Fan's hand to pass through the layers of obstacles and reach the depths of the long river. He gently grabbed the image of that world. After Luo Fan grabbed the image of that world, the long river did not change at all. It continued to flow, still existing in an extremely stable form in the depths of the Great Path. It was as if Luo Fan's hand had not reached here. It was more like the image of that world that Luo Fan had grabbed did not belong to the long river. With a thought, Luo Fan raised his hand and slowly retracted it, bringing with it the influence of that world. At this moment, an indescribable pulling force acted on that world, making it seem like every time his hand retracted a tiny bit, it would take 1 trillion tons of power to do so. As expected, it completely imitates the structure of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. Such a thought flashed through Luo Fan's mind, but his hand did not stop retracting. A force of 1 trillion tons might seem unbelievably huge, but for Luo Fan, it was nothing at all. With Luo Fan's ability to create worlds at will and crush worlds out of thin air, how difficult would it be for him to release a power of 1 trillion tons? Therefore, at this moment, even though there was clearly a powerful force on his hand, trying to stop his hand from retracting the image of that world, his hand did not slow down at all. It was as if that force did not exist. Gaga gaga. Inexplicably, a strange sound came from the Great Path. Following this sound, the entire third-tier world started to tremble slightly. All the living beings in this world could vaguely feel as if something inexplicable was gradually leaving their bodies. At this moment, the various worlds that were originally scattered within the connate inextinguishable spiritual light The hearts of Emperor Ming and the other supreme emperors, who had been refined by the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, trembled. They all looked at that world from all directions. At the same time, there was an inexplicable hesitation on their faces. They had already been refined by the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Everything they did was based on the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. To them, if any of the countless worlds within the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light were to be destroyed, they would have to step in and resolve the destruction. If it was someone else who was grabbing one of the worlds within the Great Path, Emperor Ming and the others would not hesitate, even if it was another third-tier emperor. They would definitely come here to attack that person and use all their means to stop that person from continuing to destroy this world. However, it was obvious that it was not another living being who was doing all this. It was not another third-tier emperor. It was Luo Fan who was doing all this. And Luo Fan had another identity. He had already fused with the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. To a certain extent, he was the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. To Emperor Ming and the others, the fusion of the doppelganger was no different from the fusion of the main body. Therefore, Luo Fan was grabbing the image of this world. Causing destruction to the world, in their eyes, had an additional layer of meaning. That was, the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was harming itself. It was impossible for anyone to stop someone else's self-mutilation without hesitation, as if they were harming someone else. It was the same for Emperor Ming and the others. It was precisely because of this that they had fallen into such hesitation. In the end, Emperor Ming and the others still gave in to the desire to protect the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light and stepped out of their original worlds. They quickly moved towards the third-tier world where Luo Fan was. Not long after, they all stepped into this world. They arrived not far away from Luo Fan. After arriving, Emperor Ming and the others did not hesitate to attack Luo Fan. Waves of energy that belonged to the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light began to emit from their bodies and condensed into a formation in the void. It quickly enveloped Luo Fan. Compared to their original spiritual light, the nature of this energy was not that much higher. However, the power that these energies could display in the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was many times stronger than their original spiritual light. The formation formed by these 8 energies contained an extremely powerful suppressive force. After it appeared, it naturally acted on Luo Fan's body, causing him to feel slightly sluggish. In a trance, he was about to be completely sealed by this formation. "Meddlesome," said Luo Fan with a frown. With a thought, the copper mirror in the clone's hand shook slightly. Then, a Suing stepped through the void and entered the world, appearing above Luo Fan's head. The copper mirror was a primordial spiritual treasure. This third-tier world could not even contain the essence of its existence. If the copper mirror was thrown here, this third-tier world would definitely collapse. It was precisely because of this that Luo Fan let the copper mirror split out a projection to help him face the enemy. However, even this projection was too powerful for this third-tier world. Its arrival had already caused the third-tier world to tremble inexplicably. Faintly, even the Great Tao was trembling slightly. In a trance, it seemed like it was about to collapse. After such a copper mirror appeared, it shook slightly and shot out an inexplicable ray of light. This ray of light shot directly into the formation that was emitting an endless suppressive force. With a slight tremble, the formation collapsed with a loud bang, causing all the energy that made up this formation to dissipate instantly. At this moment, Emperor Ming and the other supreme emperors could not withstand the impact of this power. Inexplicable cracks appeared on each of their bodies. Endless power leaked out from these cracks and formed a powerful impact on the world, causing the world to tremble even more violently. However, Luo Fan did not wait for them to recover. With a thought, the copper mirror's shadow moved again. With a slight tremble, another 8 rays of light shot out. They seemed to transcend the dimensions of time and space and entered the bodies of the 8 people. All of their resistance and actions were completely nullified. It was so relaxed that one could not tell that these 8 people were supreme emperors at all. Instead, the 8 of them looked like 8 statues. Chapter 17:01. After sealing Light Emperor and the others into the depths of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, Luo Fan's heart stirred. The copper mirror above his head shook slightly, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the darkness. Following that, he took a step further and disappeared from the 3rd level world. With a single dive, he returned to where his main body was. As the projection of the primordial origin spiritual treasure disappeared, the 3rd level world regained its peace. Only then did the unbearable feeling disappear. Seeing this, Luo Fan smiled and turned his attention back to the world in front of him. He continued with the task of grabbing the image of the world. As he grabbed it, the power that acted on the image of the world became stronger and more terrifying. However, this was not a problem for him. He continued to slowly pull the image of the world, causing it to gradually break away from the river. In the end, it gradually broke away from the great Tao and appeared in front of him, quietly lying on his open palm. At this moment, all the living beings in the world felt their hearts go empty. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, after they carefully sensed it, they realized that this feeling seemed to be an illusion. Luo Fan was very clear about this. They could feel as if they had lost something because the great path of this world had lost a very small part of the change that was affecting them. However, they could not feel the change immediately. The reason was simple. This was because this loss was too insignificant compared to the great path. If this insignificant loss was suddenly lost, these living beings would naturally feel it. However, when they carefully sensed it and wanted to find what exactly it was that they lost, they could not find it with the precision of their senses. It was precisely because of this that they felt something when the image disappeared. However, when it stabilized, they could not find the source of this feeling and could not help but think that it was an illusion. Luo Fan did not pay much attention to all this. At this moment, he focused all his attention on the image of the world in his hand. Although it was just an image, it contained all the power that a normal world had. It contained all the characteristics of the world. It had the characteristics of space-time, the characteristics of rules and laws, the characteristics of the great Tao, and even the characteristics of countless living beings. Moreover, even though it was just a phantom, when he touched it with his tentacles, it was as if it was a phantom. However, it had an extremely practical effect. What a mysterious structure. Luo Fan looked at this scene. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. With a thought, he raised his hand and gently moved it. In an instant, the image of the world in his hand began to change. It was as if he had suddenly woken up from a state of deep slumber. Among them were the nomological laws, space-time, great Tao, and even living beings. Everything came to life in an instant and began to revolve like a normal world, constantly evolving and displaying all sorts of inconceivable lights and shadows. As it revolved, the endless mysteries that belonged to that world began to surge into Luo Fan's heart, making him feel as if he had become one with the world. The world revolved as if he was the one who was revolving. During this transformation, just like in the previous worlds that he had experienced, Luo Fan also sensed many mysteries hidden in the depths of these worlds that his clones had not discovered. These mysteries were not more mysterious than the mysteries that Luo Fan's clones had previously comprehended. In fact, in essence, they were similar to the mysteries that Luo Fan had comprehended. However, the aspects of this profound mystery were not touched upon by the previous profound mysteries. In other words, it was a rather rare, profound mystery. Even if Luo Fan obtained these mysteries, it would only increase his knowledge. It would not be of any direct use to the improvement of his cultivation realm. To Luo Fan, this world was rather simple. In just a few days, he already felt that he had completely grasped all the mysteries hidden in this world at this moment. He casually released his hand, and the illusory figure of this world felt an inexplicable suction force. With a slight rush, it had already charged into the great path, sinking into the long river that his clones had not discovered before, and only discovered by his original body after he had arrived. As this world once again merged into the long river extremely naturally accepted this world, allowing the long river to completely return to its original state. At the same time, all the living beings in this world simultaneously felt an inexplicable existence return to their bodies, making them feel a sense of fullness. But at the same time, this was only a momentary feeling. When they carefully searched and sensed it, they would discover that this seemed to be an illusion. How could there be anything returning to their bodies? Luo Fan looked at the long river and the great path, and after a slight selection, he confirmed that it was another world. He casually reached out and slowly grabbed the great path, probing towards a certain world in the long river inside. This world was a second-tier world. Moreover, it was a second-tier world that had the same lineage as the previous world. In other words, in this second-level world, the true structure of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light contained the previous world. The process that was similar to before appeared in the long river at this moment. The long river did not resist Luo Fan's grab, and the world did not retaliate either. It just stayed quietly and allowed Luo Fan to grab it. However, when Luo Fan wanted to pull it out of the long river and then the great path, the long river produced an inexplicable and powerful force that acted on the illusory figure of the world, preventing Luo Fan from taking the illusory figure of the world away. This force was more than 1,000 times stronger than the resistance that Luo Fan had encountered when he had grabbed the first-tier world. All the living beings in this world felt as if a gap had been dug out in their hearts, and it became more and more obvious. In fact, many sensitive living beings stood there in a daze, tears streaming down their cheeks, as though their hearts had been hollowed out. Luo Fan remained expressionless towards this change. He also did not change because of this. He still took out the illusory figure unhurriedly. Even if that force was increased by 1,000 times, he would still be able to easily resist it. Soon, the illusory figure of the second-tier world appeared in his hand. It had already appeared in his hand, quietly lying on his palm, right in front of his eyes. This was a world. Compared to the previous world, this one had an indescribable quality. That was, it had become several times heavier. If the previous world was a paper box, then the current world was a wooden box. Of course, this was just a metaphor. In fact, it was countless times heavier than a paper box or a wooden box. His heart stirred slightly. Luo Fan also started to comprehend the mysteries of this second-tier world according to the previous method. He allowed these mysteries to naturally appear in his heart, allowing him to perfectly grasp the various things in this world. This process, it took him a month to complete. This made Luo Fan feel as though he had completely grasped all the mysteries of this world. However, at this moment, Luo Fan had this thought in his heart. What a pity. It's still a little superficial. It's hard for me to truly grasp it completely. At this moment, he could vaguely sense that in the depths of this second-tier world, there were still many more profound mysteries hidden in the depths of this second-tier world that he could not perceive. However, he could not find any traces or clues at all. Apart from this indescribable feeling, he felt as though he had completely grasped all the mysteries of this world. That was why he stopped. While he felt that it was a pity, a light suddenly flashed in his heart. It was as though a bolt of lightning had flashed across his heart, giving him an inexplicable idea. Perhaps I can do this. With this thought in mind, he sent the image of the world in his hand into the great path and re-entered the long river. After doing all this, he took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already broken through the mysteries of this world. He broke through the various barriers of this world and directly arrived outside this world. After carefully analyzing it, he locked on to his target. He took a step forward, and his figure directly crashed into a certain world. He arrived in front of a bronze mirror shadow. In the depths of the bronze mirror shadow, he could clearly see that there seemed to be an inexplicable existence that seemed to be made up of a mess. That was the cultivation method of his flesh and blood body. That's right. This world was the cultivation method that his clone had placed in the past. It was the fourth-tier world that allowed him to absorb the endless mysteries on his own to allow himself to grow. After arriving here, Luo Fan grabbed it without hesitation. He directly grabbed into the depths of the mirror shadow and directly grabbed the cultivation method. Compared to before, this cultivation method had grown a little stronger after these few days of growth. It also felt like it was much heavier than before. After holding the cultivation method, he casually waved his hand. The bronze mirror shadow that protected the cultivation method turned into a stream of light and directly rushed out of this world, returning to where his body was. Let's see if I'm right. With this thought in mind, he stepped out of the fourth-tier world. After identifying it, he stepped into the world within the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. It was the ninth-tier world with the highest level. The entire connate, inextinguishable spiritual light contained trillions of worlds. Among them, the majority were ordinary first-tier worlds. Second-tier worlds were thousands of times fewer than first-tier worlds. Third-tier worlds were thousands of times fewer than third-tier worlds. This went on and on until there was only one level 9 world left. This was the world that Luo Fan chose to enter at this time. This ninth-tier world contained all the mysteries of the world within the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. At the same time, it also contained all the mysteries of the entire connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. After arriving here, Luo Fan's heart shook. He directly stepped into the world's unseen world. He directly came before the path. When he arrived here, his pupils involuntarily shrank. He felt an indescribable sense of shock and awe. The path in front of him was too vast and grand. In fact, just the aura that it exuded made Luo Fan feel extremely small. It was as if his body was going to collapse from the pressure of this aura. It's indeed a perfect heaven and earth level path. Looking at the path, Luo Fan could not help but feel inexplicably emotional. The path in front of him contained many mysteries, and it was very profound. It had reached an unbelievable level. Even Luo Fan could not do anything here. It was difficult to find a direction or a way to comprehend it. It was so much, so that if it wasn't for the fact that his clone had fused with the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light to a certain degree, he wouldn't even be able to see the outline of the great path before him. Perhaps he would only be able to see the endless light. It was just a boundless majesty. It seems like it's still a little whimsical. With a slight sigh, Luo Fan could only helplessly admit that his previous idea was too unrealistic. Before this, his idea was very simple. His cultivation method of flesh and blood required the mysteries of the different levels of worlds. Clearly it was in the path of every high-level world. There was a long river that was formed by the mysteries of all the low-level worlds. In that case, he only needed to place this cultivation method in the path of this ninth-tier world. If it was placed on the river, wouldn't it be able to allow this cultivation method to grow naturally until it reached its peak and devour all the mysteries of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light? Now, it seemed that this plan would not succeed. This was because he did not even have the ability to directly touch the path of this ninth-tier world, let alone send this cultivation method into the path of the ninth-tier world. Moreover, with his current observation ability, it was difficult for him to see the long river formed by the mysteries of the low-level worlds that should have existed in the path. Under such circumstances, how could he send this cultivation method into the long river? In the end, I still have to do it step by step. With this thought, he shook his head and took a step forward, leaving this ninth-tier world. As soon as he left this place, he felt his entire body relax. He knew that this was because his strength was still much weaker than that of the ninth-tier world. He could only strengthen his idea of going to a low-level world to place the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. With a turn of his body, he directly entered an 8th-tier world. He did not experience the mysteries of this world and directly arrived in the world's unseen world. When he entered this place, a feeling that was similar to the feeling he had felt in the ninth tier world surged. That kind of intense pressure, that kind of vastness, that kind of shock, although it was much weaker than the ninth grade world, it still made Luo Fan clearly understand that this world still exceeded the limits of his current ability. He sighed slightly and lifted his foot, stepping out of this world and directly stepping into a seventh-tier world. Similarly, he did not observe what this world was like. Instead, he directly arrived in this world's unseen world and directly faced this world's path. At this moment, his eyes shone with an indescribable light. This world. Although the grand Tao before him still brought him quite a bit of pressure, its vastness and grandeur still gave him quite a bit of shock. However, it was already within his tolerance range. Moreover, at this moment, when he looked over, he immediately saw that there were layers in the great Tao. He saw the world river that seemed to be formed by the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light flowing endlessly. What did this mean? It was self-evident. So, my current limit is only a level 7 world. With such a thought flashing in his mind, Luo Fan slowly released the cultivation method of the flesh and blood body. At this moment, a powerful pressure was exerted on the cultivation technique, making it feel as if it could not bear the burden. Faintly, Luo Fan could even hear what seemed to be a gagaga sound coming from it. Looking at this scene, he frowned. If this continued, how could this cultivation method absorb the mysteries of the world to evolve itself? He thought about it. He casually waved his hand, and the Chaos Origin spiritual treasure that looked like a copper mirror trembled slightly. A powerful projection was born. With a slight tremble, it crossed the air and arrived in front of Luo Fan in the blink of an eye, directly wrapping around the cultivation method. As the copper mirror's projection wrapped around the cultivation method, the pressure that was acting on it and making it show signs of shattering suddenly disappeared without a trace. All the pressure had been completely taken over by the projection of the Chaos Origin spiritual treasure. The Primordial Essence spirit treasure was a mystery within mysteries. Although it was able to withstand all of the pressure, although it had taken over all the pressure, it did not take over the other things. At this moment, the various auras that belonged to the Great Tao were still touched by the cultivation method. Such an aura, it made the cultivation method tremble slightly. It looked as if it was trying its best to absorb and seize the mysteries contained within, but it could not find a place to start. Facing this scene, Luo Fan knew. His plan had almost succeeded. His heart moved. With a step, he had already arrived on the Great Tao. This Great Tao, in the eyes of ordinary living beings, and even his avatar, they all looked like the ordinary Great Tao of a first-tier world. But in Luo Fan's eyes, it was vast and infinite. It shone brightly and contained infinite power. The Great Tao was so mysterious. Look at what it is. It is what it is, what kind of characteristics it has, what kind of power it has. Standing on the Great Tao, Luo Fan even felt as if he had become immortal and was being roasted by flames. It was quite uncomfortable. It's here. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Luo Fan instantly locked onto a certain world that existed in the long river deep in the Great Tao. That was a fourth-tier world. It was also the world that corresponded to the fourth-tier world that the cultivation method was in. After locking onto that world, his heart moved. The projection of the Chaos Origin spiritual treasure wrapped around the cultivation method. With a slight tremble, it charged straight towards that world. A terrifying, thunderous sound instantly came from the Great Tao. An irresistible power erupted from the Great Tao. Standing on the Great Tao, Luo Fan felt as if he had instantly lost control of his body. He was directly blasted away by this power. He broke through the unseen world, broke through the rules, broke through space-time, and arrived outside the seventh-tier world. He did not know how many space-time dimensions he had rushed through before he finally stopped. So powerful. Even a level 3 Emperor would definitely not be able to do well against the Great Tao of this world. After stopping, such a thought flashed through Luo Fan's mind. At that moment, he stood there, but his figure seemed a little disheveled. With a thought, he lifted his foot and took a light step forward. His figure once again stepped into the seventh-tier world. However, this time, he felt that he could not enter the unseen world at all. He could only stay in the real space-time. At this moment, the seventh-tier world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. All kinds of indescribable vibrations came from the unseen world, acting on everything in the world and all living beings. It made them feel a sense of awe and even fear from the bottom of their hearts. There were also false saints in this world. These false saints were horrified at this moment. All of them felt as if they had completely lost control of the world. They, who were originally high and mighty and could do whatever they wanted, seemed to have become ordinary cultivators that they had previously regarded as ants. They had a premonition that they could collapse at any time and die at any time. Luo Fan stood quietly in this world. After a while, his eyes lit up, and he muttered, "It's a success." As he said this, the world gradually calmed down. The awe and fear in the hearts of all living beings gradually faded. Those false saints who had originally lost their false saint godhood and were reduced to ordinary living beings also regained their false saint godhood. They once again felt that feeling of being high and mighty, that feeling of being able to do whatever they wanted, and that feeling of omnipotence at the same time. The unseen world that had originally blocked everything from entering also returned to its original state. With a thought, Luo Fan stepped into this place. Chapter 17:02. In front of him, an earth-shattering change had already taken place in this level. 7 world. The great Tao, which had no beginning and no end, had now curled up into a bronze mirror, quietly placed where the great Tao had originally been. Of course, although this bronze mirror was extremely similar to the primordial origin spirit treasure, there were still some differences in essence. The greatest difference was that the bronze mirror in front of him wasn't complete. On the surface, one could see small holes one after another. These tiny holes were like worms gnawing off pieces of the bronze mirror. This is the great Tao of this level 7 world, unable to withstand the primordial origin spirit treasure. Luo Fan thought to himself. The source of the changes in the great Tao in front of him was clearly the projection of the bronze mirror that he had sent into the great Tao. In other words, it was the projection of the primordial origin spirit treasure. And this appearance was the result of the great Tao being affected by the projection. It naturally reconstructed its own form of existence according to the structure of the projection. In such a state, there was only one possibility, and that was that the great Tao simply could not withstand the power of the primordial origin spirit treasure's projection. However, this change was a good thing for Luo Fan. This was because the appearance of the grand Tao before him caused the grand Tao to become clearer and clearer in his eyes. He could even vaguely sense the structure of the entire grand Tao. He could clearly sense where the projection of the copper mirror was located in the grand Tao, and he could sense the various subtle changes that were happening to his body's cultivation method within the projection. At this moment, the cultivation technique in the bronze mirror seemed to have turned into a black hole. It began to crazily absorb the endless mysteries of the level 4 world, turning them into resources for its own growth, allowing it to constantly grow and strengthen. Compared to when it had directly opened up to the level 4 world, the speed of its growth was thousands of times faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, there were new changes. In just a breath of time, it had become vastly different from before. Almost in the blink of an eye, there were new changes. Within a breath's time, it had become vastly different from before. From the looks of it, it will only take a few years for it to grow to the level I need. Luo Fan thought to himself as a strange smile appeared on his face. Yes, after the requirements are met, I need a clone to collect it, and from there, my cultivation will increase, and only then can I proceed to the next step. As Luo Fan pondered in his heart, he lifted his foot and took a light step forward. His figure was already out of this level 7 world. After exiting this world, he did not continue to stay here, nor did he greet his clone. His clone and his main body shared the same consciousness, so there was no need to greet him pretentiously. Instead, he directly stepped out of the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. He returned to the palace hall. After arriving here, he returned to his seat. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. At this moment, his clone took a step forward and arrived in front of the chaos. He directly sat there, restrained the power of the primordial origin spiritual treasure, and immersed himself in the influence of the state of chaos. Immersed in the endless principles and mysteries, his understanding of the state of chaos began to slowly grow. As time flowed, the clone had gradually disappeared from his senses. To Luo Fan, comprehending the state of chaos was extremely important. It could almost be said to be the only way for him to become a true sage. After all, if Luo Fan wanted to become a true sage, he needed to perfect his worldview to the true sage level, perfecting it to the point where it could support his perfect survival in the state of chaos. This required his worldview to be able to perfectly explain the state of chaos, as much as possible, without missing anything. Luo Fan had already tried this when he sorted out his worldview in the past. Now, his worldview claimed to have explained the state of chaos, and even went one step further to explain the state before the state of chaos. However, that was only in the past. It was only an explanation based on his understanding of the state of chaos back then. There was naturally a huge difference between it and the true state of chaos. To him, this difference was clearly unacceptable. Therefore, he needed a new understanding of the state of chaos and a deeper understanding of it in order to improve and adjust his worldview, so that his worldview could perfectly fit the state of chaos and contain the state of chaos as much as possible. Only in this way would he be able to raise this worldview to the true saint realm, and only then would he be able to rely on this worldview to become a true saint. Compared to his clone comprehending the state of chaos, the task of Luo Fan's main body was much more important. What he needed was to implement his original understanding and integrate the worldview with everything he was as much as possible. After going through the test of the primordial origin spiritual treasure fragment several times, Luo Fan's mind had now almost perfectly integrated with his worldview, causing his mind to become almost unbreakable. He could even resist the attacks of countless creatures in the universe of negative emotions. However, this was only his mind. His body, his strength, and everything else about him were only at the initial stage of integration with the worldview of the laws. Most of it was even incompatible with each other, with a huge gap between the two. What Luo Fan's main body needed to do now was to open up this gap, so that his worldview could be integrated with everything he was as much as possible, so that his worldview could become his true support. With a slight movement of his mind, the various aspects of the worldview slowly circulated in his mind, and his body gradually began to flash with an inexplicable light. This light was extremely mysterious, and it felt like a universe that was incompatible with the outside world. On the surface, it was so similar, but inside, there was an essential difference, as if the foundation of the two was completely different. This was the light of the worldview. Light. It was an extremely incredible existence. As Luo Fan comprehended more and more about the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, he could feel it more and more clearly. The power that was extracted from the inexplicable place, after being sublimated and enhanced again and again, would eventually become spiritual light. This eternal and indestructible light could even exist freely in the state of chaos. The connate, inextinguishable spiritual light that was immune to all erosion and destruction in the state of chaos existed in the form of light from the moment it was born. There were also many other things, such as the light of wisdom, the light of cold, and so on. All of this told him that the light contained all sorts of unbelievable principles and unimaginable profundities. It was precisely because of this. At this time, when he was about to integrate the worldview into everything he was, he unknowingly transformed the worldview into an inexplicable light. In other words, he turned the light into the carrier of the worldview, so that the worldview could spread along with the light. It could be turned into the essence of the worldview and be transmitted to the position he wanted to transmit according to his will. These lights were constantly surging up and down around Luo Fan's body at this time. When he went deep, it reached the endless space and time in the depths of his body. When it was released, it completely enveloped the entire hall around his body. This light was so wonderful, and as it changed, it revealed countless strange scenes, as if there really was a vast and boundless universe existing within it. Along with such changes, Luo Fan's body. His power began to devour this light bit by bit, and gradually began to take on the characteristics of this light. Of course, this process was extremely slow and difficult. He waited until he was inside the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. When the inexplicable changes appeared in the level 7 world, he only completed a very, very small step and could barely see a trace of the characteristics of the worldview on his body. 30 years. Luo Fan opened his eyes, and in a flash, he already knew how much time had passed. At this moment, his mind moved. Inside the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, before the chaos, his avatar sensed something, and in the blink of an eye, he woke up from the state of chaos. As he woke up, the bronze mirror-like primordial origin spiritual treasure shook slightly, and its unique space-time dimension instantly enveloped Luo Fan's avatar. As this space-time dimension enveloped him, Luo Fan completely woke up. So it's been 30 years. After waking up, the avatar sighed slightly. During these 30 years, his gains were not small. However, just like last time, he could feel that he had gained something, but he didn't know where this gain was, nor did he know what it was. With a thought in his heart, he took a step forward and instantly arrived outside the 7th level world. Because of the existence of the primordial origin spiritual treasure in his hand, he didn't step into that world. Instead, he directly raised his hand and grabbed at the void. In an instant, the projection of the primordial origin spiritual treasure hidden in the great path trembled slightly, and it broke through the void and left the bronze mirror-like great path. Moreover, it didn't stop and rushed out of that world. It directly arrived in front of Luo Fan and fell into his hand. As the projection of the primordial origin spiritual treasure left, the great path began to slowly wriggle. As it wriggled, the bronze mirror-like shape that had lost many parts began to gradually blur, and the great path gradually returned to the original appearance of a long river. At least, in Luo Fan's eyes, it had returned to the appearance of a long river. Perhaps this appearance would change in the eyes of others. This was clearly the result of the great path losing the suppression of the projection of the primordial origin spiritual treasure. Its own characteristics began to play a role again, gradually causing the great path to continuously recover. During this change, the entire level 7 world also began to change inexplicably. Indistinctly, indescribable waves began to appear everywhere in this world, causing all the living beings in this world, including the high and mighty false saint, to feel as if they were stretching out from their curled-up state. Their bodies and minds, which had been restricted for a long time, were relaxing. However, similar to the feeling produced by all the changes in the great path in the past, this feeling was also extremely blurry. Very soon, they realized that this feeling seemed to be just an illusion. Luo Fan didn't care about all the changes in that world. At this moment, all his attention was on the bronze mirror in his hand, on the cultivation method of his flesh and blood. This cultivation method was the cultivation method of his flesh and blood. When he came into contact with his flesh and blood, there would naturally be an inexplicable change. It resonated with his flesh and blood, and the distance between them kept decreasing. Be it the cultivation method or his flesh and blood, they both had a strong urge to fuse into one. At this moment, there was only an inexplicable expression on Luo Fan's face, and his heart was filled with indescribable joy. Come on, let's return again. This thought flashed through his mind as he dispersed the projection of the primordial origin spiritual treasure in his hand. All the light returned to the primordial origin spiritual treasure, and the cultivation method instantly regained its freedom. At this moment, the cultivation method suddenly shone brightly and instantly turned into a meteor, charging straight at Luo Fan's body. Its speed was so fast that Luo Fan felt as if he was being attacked by a level 3 emperor. With a soft poof, the cultivation method had already rushed into his body. It instantly fused with his flesh and blood. The cultivation method itself was an extremely mysterious thing. Although it had a physical body when it was condensed by Luo Fan, it was not a physical body. However, after it entered the body, its physical body would completely disperse and turn invisible, becoming a kind of rule, a kind of mechanism, a kind of rule. It was a conceptual existence. This state of existence could be said to have completely fused with his body. If he wanted to find it, it would be impossible unless Luo Fan thought of condensing it again. This cultivation method entered his body. The moment it completely fused with his body, endless principles suddenly emerged in Luo Fan's heart out of nowhere. These principles were all extremely profound and profound. Furthermore, every single one of them did not seem to have been instilled into his mind. Instead, they seemed to have emerged directly from the bottom of his heart. He had already comprehended and deduced them a long time ago. It was just that they had not appeared all this while. It was only now that this cultivation method had arrived that they burst forth. These were the changes that occurred after the cultivation method matured. This was also the mysteriousness of the cultivation method. It should be known that the cultivation method could be said to have a physical body or a living thing. However, it was still fundamentally a kind of concept, a kind of thought, and a kind of will of Luo Fan. The improvement and strengthening of this cultivation method was naturally equivalent to the strengthening of Luo Fan's concept, thoughts, and will. In other words, it was equivalent to Luo Fan's own comprehension. It was precisely because of this that such a change occurred at this moment. It was clearly this cultivation method that had instilled all sorts of principles and mysteries into his soul, but it was as if he had comprehended everything himself. He had perfectly absorbed all these principles and mysteries, and there was not the slightest bit of disharmony. An incomparably deep light flickered in his eyes. A faint smile gradually appeared on Luo Fan's face. As he smiled, he began to mobilize his flesh and blood and began to cultivate according to the change cultivation method. Endless power was born from his body out of thin air. It began to gradually transform according to some indescribable subtle changes. It gradually changed his body, his mind, and everything about him. It caused his cultivation realm to increase bit by bit. Now, Luo Fan's flesh and blood body was already at the 5 worlds false sage level. He had already formed an extremely subtle resonance with the entire connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, and became an existence that was one with the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Under such circumstances, every step he wanted to improve was equivalent to a huge improvement. It was equivalent to him refining the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light to a deeper level. Therefore, as his cultivation realm began to increase bit by bit, he also felt that his connection with the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was gradually deepening. He felt that he had a deeper control over the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. An indescribable feeling slowly surfaced in his heart. In a daze, he seemed to sense that in the depths of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, there seemed to be a vague, faintly discernible, supreme will existing there. However, that will had always been too obscure and too high. He could only vaguely sense it, and could not clearly come into contact with that will, let alone see it clearly. This will was the will of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. This point, however, Luo Fan instantly understood. If Luo Fan could completely refine it, it would be equivalent to completely refining the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Moreover, this refining method would definitely be deeper, more stable, and harder to break than the ordinary refining method of deeply engraving the imprint in the depths of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. However, this refining method was also many times more difficult than the ordinary refining method. If it was said that, normally, If the difficulty of engraving the imprint in the depths of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light was one, then the difficulty of completely refining the will of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light would be 100 or even 1,000. After all, the will of the connate inextinguishable spiritual light was equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. It was an existence that was completely different from the will of living beings. This kind of existence, without becoming a true sage, one would not even be able to understand it. But he could not understand. How could he refine it? In comparison, although it was extremely difficult to carve the mark deep into the innate, inextinguishable spirit light, and it would be difficult to do anything without becoming a true saint, there were still many ways to bypass it. For example, before the innate, inextinguishable spirit light had evolved, he buried the imprint in the depths, and as it evolved, it began to gradually fuse with it. Another example would be the cultivation system that Luo Fan was currently using, which was developed through cultivating the essence of the connate inextinguishable spirit light. In the end, he was able to perfectly fuse with the connate indestructible spirit light. From another angle, he had buried the mark deep within the connate indestructible spirit light. Sensing the vague, indistinct will of the inextinguishable light, Luo Fan wisely gave up on the idea of refining it. Instead, he began to communicate with it through the power of the cultivation method, trying to sense all the changes in its operation. The will of the connate inextinguishable spirit light was extremely mysterious and profound. It seemed to contain all the mysteries and principles of the connate inextinguishable spirit light. If he could communicate with it, he would naturally know how the countless mysteries and principles combine to form this eternal, indestructible existence. If he knew this, perhaps with Luo Fan's strength, he would be able to completely imitate it, so that he would also have eternal, indestructible characteristics. However, he would definitely be able to enlighten his pursuit, and it would definitely be able to guide him in his pursuit of becoming a true sage. Of course, this was only the most ideal situation. In reality, if he wanted to truly communicate with that will, the difficulty was unimaginable. Luo Fan did not have much hope. As Luo Fan's flesh and blood body began to cultivate the cultivation method, the primordial essence spirit treasure that was quietly lying in his hand slowly floated up, slowly rotating above his head. It began to emit an inexplicable light that covered Luo Fan's body. As it shrank slightly, it was like it was breathing with Luo Fan. This primordial essence spirit treasure itself was formed from a small portion of the connate inextinguishable spirit light. Now that Luo Fan cultivated the cultivation method, it perfectly matched the connate inextinguishable spirit light. Naturally, it resonated with the primordial essence spirit treasure. Beneath the light of the primordial essence spirit treasure, Luo Fan felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation and comfort. The circulation of the cultivation method became increasingly smooth, and the rise of his cultivation also became increasingly fast. Unknowingly, bright spots began to appear on his body. The positions of these bright spots were extremely subtle. Faintly, they were similar to the arrangement of the worlds within the connate inextinguishable spirit light. When these bright spots first appeared, they were extremely weak, to the point that if one wasn't careful, they would be easily overlooked. But as time passed, the brightness of these bright spots began to gradually increase. Furthermore, every single bright spot began to produce all sorts of extremely fine layers, as if more and more complicated structures were being born within them. Chapter 17:03. Along with this change, Luo Fan gradually lost his perception of the outside world. In his heart, in his senses, all that was left was the endless mysteries and the most fundamental resonance with the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. His body also gradually dissipated along with this change. However, this dissipation was not the kind of dissipation that destroyed everything. Instead, it was a kind of dissipation that melted into nothingness, into the surrounding great universe and great world, While this dissipation was happening, his body and mind experienced an indescribable sublimation. He could faintly sense the will of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light in the depths of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. At this moment, it became more and more intense and intuitive in his heart. In a trance, he seemed to gradually turn into such a will. His thoughts actually unknowingly moved closer to that will. This was not the will of a living being. Although it was indeed a will, it did not have the desires of a living being, nor did it have the various emotions of a living being. All it had was an indescribable transcendence. It was a transcendence that even made Luo Fan suspect that this was something that even a true sage could not possess. Under this transcendental thinking, everything in the world, including the phenomena of heaven and earth, and the myriad of worlds and the chaos, seemed so empty and boring to him at this moment. Under this transcendence, he felt that even his own self was about to gradually dissipate and become part of this transcendence. At this moment, the expression of Luo Fan's original body changed slightly. This was because he suddenly felt that his clone in the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light had disappeared without a trace. The extremely fundamental connection between the clone and his original body, which even in the state of chaos could not completely sever, had actually been completely severed at this moment. How is this possible? He narrowed his eyes. He did not dare to believe his own senses. His eyes penetrated the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light and carefully searched for it. It was a pity that even though he knew that the clone was in the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, he could not find it no matter how hard he searched. It was as if the clone had been completely destroyed at this moment. All traces of its existence had been completely erased. Feeling slightly anxious, Luo Fan took a step forward and was about to step into the natural, inextinguishable spiritual light. He wanted to personally enter and carefully search for traces of his doppelganger's existence and find his doppelganger. Unfortunately, just as his figure was about to enter the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, a powerful rebounding force was emitted from the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. The strength of this recoil had reached a level that exceeded Luo Fan's imagination. Its speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all, and it blasted straight into his body. At this moment, Luo Fan felt as if he had turned into a mortal who had fallen into a turbulent sea. He had lost all control over his body, and his body had turned into a fallen leaf that could only follow the surging waves. Soon after, the light and shadow around him kept changing. Time and space were changing crazily. Everything was changing rapidly. It was beyond his comprehension, and he couldn't even sense what was happening to him. This kind of power was extremely terrifying, but there was still a limit to it. After an unknown amount of time, which seemed like billions of years, but also like only an instant, the power finally weakened to the extent that Luo Fan could resist. At this moment, he did not hesitate to unleash all of his strength and instantly broke through that power. He condensed his body again and stood in the void. No matter how the power swept past him, it couldn't move him at all. Looking at the completely unfamiliar light and shadow around him, Luo Fan couldn't help but show an inexplicable expression. Where's this place? Where he was at now? However, he was no longer in the original palace, but in a gray void. His surroundings were filled with an extremely dense, chaotic aura. That kind of all-encompassing chaos and mystery made him feel as if he had entered a state of chaos in a trance. Of course, this was only a feeling. After all, this wasn't a true chaotic state. If it was a true chaotic state, the moment he entered this place, he would be directly crushed by the power of the chaotic state, and all traces of his existence would disappear without a trace. Obviously, this wasn't happening now. Therefore, it was impossible for this place to be a chaotic state. After thinking about where this place was, Luo Fan directly put this aside and began to carefully sense the location of the natural, inextinguishable spiritual light. Although his connection with his clone had been severed at this time, it was still a clone after all. The location of its existence was still as obvious as a firefly in the dark to Luo Fan. At this moment, he had already sensed the clone's location after carefully sensing it. He could even faintly sense how far away the clone was from here. With such a sense, he discovered that the power of the natural, inextinguishable spiritual light had actually rushed through the entire world. At this moment, he was almost across the world from the location of the natural, inextinguishable spiritual light. Sensing this, an inexplicable bitter smile appeared on Luo Fan's face. After understanding the distance between himself and the natural, inextinguishable spiritual light, he naturally knew where he was now. He was currently in the gap between the world and the chaotic state. The reason why this place seemed different from the gap between the world and the chaotic state that he had entered in the Earth's universe was very simple. This was because this place wasn't the Earth's universe. It was another place, a perfect world that was almost the same level as the Earth's universe. Such a different perfect world naturally had different structures. The gap between heaven and earth in the state of primal chaos would naturally be different. In fact, at this moment, this place was in a dusky state. It looked almost the same as the interior of the gap between the world and the chaotic state on Earth. This could already be considered an anomaly and could be considered a rare similarity. I was almost rushed into the chaotic state. Luo Fan sighed. If he had resisted just a little bit later, his body must have already broken through the gap between heaven and earth and the state of primal chaos by that recoil force of yours, and directly rushed into the state of primal chaos. At that time, the reason why he was sure that he hadn't fallen into the chaotic state would directly appear in the opposite situation. All traces of his existence would be instantly erased. He sighed softly. Luo Fan's figure flickered, and he flew in the direction he had sensed. Although the gap between the world and the chaotic state behaved differently from the Earth's universe, it was still the same kind of gap after all. Naturally, it also had some similar characteristics. For example, there was no space, no time, no distance, no time. It was almost an idealistic state. With such a change, Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already crossed the gap between the world and the chaotic state and crashed straight into the gap between the world and the chaotic state. At this moment, a soft sound of surprise rang in Luo Fan's ears. In an instant, he felt that there was an extremely obscure figure appearing in his senses. He focused his eyes and cast his gaze in that direction. He instantly found a small world. It was engraved on the edge of the gap between the world and the chaotic state. And in that small world, he could even faintly feel that there was a powerful and unparalleled power existing in it. Occasionally, when it operated, it would emit an indescribable wave, producing an extremely shocking effect. The soft sound of surprise just now came from that world. I didn't expect to meet a newly advanced third-level monarch here. How delightful. Immediately after, a voice rang out from that world again. Following this voice, a figure slowly walked out from that world. It was a man who looked like he was 17 or 18 years old. The aura around his body was faint, making it difficult to determine the specific level of his strength. But Luo Fan could clearly feel an inexplicable pressure from the essence of his existence. It was obvious that this person's strength was at least on par with Luo Fan's. Only then could it possibly give him such a terrifying pressure. "I'm Sovereign Ge. You must be Sovereign Luo, right?" The man smiled and said to Luo Fan. Luo Fan smiled slightly and said, "I didn't expect it to be you, Sovereign Ge. I didn't know this was Sovereign Ge's dojo. I hope you can forgive me for coming here so abruptly." Hearing this, Sovereign Ge couldn't help but smile. "You're too kind. Although I'm cultivating here, I have no intention of turning this place into my dojo. I won't stop any fellow Taoist who wants to come here." "I see. Fellow Taoist magnanimity is admirable." Luo Fan smiled naturally. Although he didn't know what had happened to his clone, he knew that even if he rushed to the location of the connate inextinguishable spirit light, he wouldn't be able to help his clone at all. The moment the connate inextinguishable spirit light resisted, he was blasted out of the world and almost sent into the state of chaos to be completely obliterated. With such a difference in strength, What could he do to the connate, inextinguishable spirit light? Therefore, at this moment, Luo Fan didn't think there was anything wrong with communicating with Sovereign Ge. You flatter me, fellow Taoist. However, there's something I don't understand. I hope you can enlighten me. Sovereign Ge said with a smile. Hearing this, Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely guess what Sovereign Ge wanted to ask. He said, "Go ahead, fellow Taoist." Sovereign Ge's expression turned slightly solemn. I see that although fellow Taoist is a level 3 sovereign, you're still far from becoming a true divine. I wonder how fellow Taoist was able to come out of the state of chaos? Hearing this, Luo Fan thought to himself, as expected. Ever since Luo Fan returned to Earth, he hadn't seen anyone else who could create the gap between heaven and earth and the state of chaos. Of course, this was anyone other than a true divine. In the entire world, the entire earth, and all living beings in this world, only he could sense the gap between heaven and earth and the state of chaos. Only he could enter the gap between heaven and earth and the state of chaos. It was precisely because of this. For Sovereign Ge, his current position was the gap between heaven and earth and the state of chaos. If he went back, he would be heaven and earth. If he went out, he would be chaos. Under such circumstances, for Luo Fan to step out of the gap between heaven and earth and the state of chaos, in Sovereign Ge's eyes, it was obvious that Luo Fan had directly walked out of the state of chaos. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, Luo Fan said lightly, "This is related to a secret of mine. I can't tell you, fellow Taoist. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Sovereign Ge's expression couldn't help but change slightly. This was also inevitable. He had asked politely, but the other party actually didn't even try to hide it. For someone like him who was already a level 3 sovereign, how could he accept such a direct rejection? "Fellow Taoist, are you looking down on me?" He frowned and said, "Why do you say that, fellow Taoist?" Luo Fan only smiled. Although the person in front of him was a level 3 sovereign and had mastered the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than his. But Luo Fan wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was also a level 3 sovereign. Moreover, in addition to mastering the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, he also had a fragment of a primordial spiritual treasure. His overall strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Sovereign Ge. Under such circumstances, there was no need for him to lower himself and cater to the other party. Since fellow Taoist isn't looking down on me, why aren't you willing to tell me about the method to enter and exit the primal chaos at will? Sovereign Ge frowned. Hearing this, Luo Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Fellow Taoist, your words don't make sense. All of this is my cultivation secret. What reason do I have to tell a fellow Taoist whom I've just met? If you want to say that I'm looking down on you, it's fellow Taoist who's looking down on me. Do you think I'm an idiot? We are all fellow Taoists who pursue the true divine realm. We should support each other and share any secrets with each other. This is the only way we can improve together. This is the publicly acknowledged rule of us level 3 sovereigns. Now, fellow Taoist wants to ignore this rule and hide your important discovery? I'm afraid that's a little unreasonable," Sovereign Ge said lightly. Hearing this, Luo Fan couldn't be bothered to play along. He only smiled coldly and said, "I've never heard of such a rule. But now, I'm telling fellow Taoist about this rule." Sovereign Ge frowned. As he spoke, the world behind him shook slightly, and a faint light that was eternal and indestructible shone out. It stretched and shrank in the void, trembling and trembling as if it was breathing. This was the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Sovereign Ge's intention was extremely obvious. He wanted to use his connate, inextinguishable spiritual light to threaten Luo Fan, while Luo Fan's connate, inextinguishable spiritual light wasn't around, and force Luo Fan to submit. As for the rule, it was obvious that even if there was a similar rule, it wouldn't be as absolute as he said. Level 3 sovereigns were fellow Taoists. There were all sorts of exchanges and mutual help between them. This was a matter of course, but there was absolutely no need for them to hand over all of their comprehensions without any conditions. In this world, there was absolutely no circle that could set such a rule. Under such a background, Sovereign G's previous words were obviously just a pretext to make a fuss. I originally thought that level 3 sovereigns who don't join the circle of level 3 sovereigns are cultivators who only pursue the Tao and are too lazy to interact with others. It seemed that I was wrong. You guys don't join the circle because you're all unscrupulous and can't communicate at all. Luo Fan sighed. Hearing this, Sovereign Gu frowned and said, I don't like what you said. I think no one likes to be talked about like that. I know this very well. Luo Fan sighed. With a thought, his body also exuded an eternal and indestructible aura. At the same time, the space-time dimension around his body began to change subtly, causing his figure to become slightly blurry. At this moment, Sovereign G's expression changed slightly, and he exclaimed, This isn't the aura of the connate inextinguishable spirit light. From the eternal and indestructible aura that exuded from Luo Fan, he sensed an unfamiliar aura that did not belong to the connate inextinguishable spirit light. But Luo Fan did not answer him, nor did he have any intention of solving his doubts. The aura emanating from his body was, of course, not the aura of the connate inextinguishable spirit light. Don't forget that the connate inextinguishable spirit light would erupt with an extremely powerful repulsive force the moment he came into contact with it, directly sending his body flying out of this world. How could it lend him its power if he rushed straight into the depths of the gap between heaven and earth and the state of chaos? This eternal and indestructible aura was the aura of the primordial spiritual treasure, or rather, it was the aura of the primordial spiritual treasure fragment. That's right, the source of this aura. This was the aura emitted by the all-shaped fragment of the primordial essence spirit treasure that his avatar had obtained. In essence, the primordial origin spirit treasure was on the same level as the pre-celestial inextinguishable spirit light. They were both at the true divine level. However, they were ultimately two different existences with different natures. Although the aura that they emitted contained the characteristics of being eternal and indestructible, there were naturally some differences between them. It was impossible for them to be completely the same. It was different. It was impossible for a martial emperor without the innate, inextinguishable aura to detect it. However, to a third-level emperor who possessed the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, it was as conspicuous as the moon in the night sky. With just a single sense, he would be able to see it clearly. As the aura around Luo Fan grew thicker and thicker, Sovereign Gum merely smiled coldly and said, Looks like you've done something wrong. This is the source of your ability to enter and exit the chaos at will. Since that's the case, hand it over. During the conversation, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion at Luo Fan. In an instant, an infinite amount of power surged out from the world behind him, directly condensing into a palm in the void, brazenly grabbing at Luo Fan. The palm wasn't big, only the size of Luo Fan's body. However, the power contained within it was unprecedentedly intense. It was the aura of the eternal and indestructible, innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. It was obvious that this power was the power of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Under this power, everything in the surroundings seemed to be suppressed. It was as if they had been suppressed, and all the activity of the power instantly calmed down. Furthermore, the endless grayness started to rapidly collapse, evolve, and reveal countless light figures. However, even the various lights and shadows that appeared were completely suppressed and collapsed the moment they appeared, gradually turning into nothingness. The reason why Sovereign Gu was still so confident at this time was simple. Because the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light was already in existence of the true saint level. This was clearly the pinnacle of the world. No matter how strong, incredible, or terrifying anything was, it could at most be on par with the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. It was impossible for it to surpass the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. With this understanding, how could he be worried about Luo Fan's unknown trump card? How could he think that Luo Fan had the ability to resist the means he used with the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light? For him, a direct attack was obviously a matter of course. Facing the palm condensed from the power of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, Luo Fan sneered. With a thought, he directly poured his power into the fragment of the chaotic origin spiritual treasure hidden in the universe in the sleeve. The moment the power was poured in, the fragment of the chaotic origin spiritual treasure began to tremble. Countless refinements and enhancements took effect on the power, causing the essence of the power to frantically rise to a level that Luo Fan couldn't understand. In the end, it produced an astonishing qualitative change, turning into a power that was almost at the level of a true saint. It rushed out of the fragment, out of the universe in the sleeve, and condensed into a six-fingered palm that was different from any other time in the past. After the six-fingered palm appeared, the eternal and inextinguishable aura skyrocketed. Under this aura, the palm condensed from the power of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light began to tremble slightly. In the blink of an eye, the aura emitted from its body had already lost its eternal and inextinguishable characteristic. The essence of the power began to rapidly reveal itself. At this moment, Luo Fan saw the essence of the power, and he couldn't help but faintly smile. It turns out that you're just using your own power to get close to the power of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. I thought you could really draw out the power of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Chapter 1704. Then let me see what qualifications you have to look down on my methods. Emperor Gu shouted. With this shout, even more powerful forces gushed out from the world behind him and poured into the palm in front of him. Although the size of the palm did not expand, it increased the density of the palm by several times. At this moment, the pressure that the palm brought to Luo Fan also increased by several times. In the face of such a situation, Luo Fan only smiled faintly. He had absolute confidence in the fragment of the primal origin's spiritual treasure. Even if he did not understand the operating principles of the fragment, he could clearly feel how much his strength had increased under the support of the fragment. He knew that although the power that Emperor Gu had unleashed was powerful, it was still not as powerful as the increase in his strength. In an instant, the six-fingered palm slammed into the palm that Emperor Gu had unleashed. Asterisk kaboom. Asterisk, an earth-shattering sound of thunder rang out in an instant. An incomparably powerful shock wave was released from the point of contact between the two. This shock wave did not evolve into anything at this time, nor did it evolve into many worlds at a normal shock wave that was tens of thousands of times weaker than this would have evolved into. Instead, it directly began to spread in all directions in the form of an invisible shock wave, gradually radiating out, and the range of the spread became wider and wider. However, within the range of the shock wave, time and space seemed to be completely distorted. Everything in the world seemed to be completely covered by the shock wave. It was as if it was completely covered by the shock wave, and everything within it was completely turned into nothingness in the process. Completely disappeared without a trace. All that was left was this shock wave. What a powerful shock wave. At this moment, this was the only thought in Luo Fan's mind. Although this shock wave was terrifying, it was like a light breeze to him. It was not that the shock wave itself would choose its own direction, but because the source of the shock wave was his strength. Therefore, when the shock wave radiated through his body, all the power would disappear. All of the energy would disappear, and only after it swept through his body would it reappear and occupy the entire body of the shock wave. Therefore, that was why there was such a situation. That shock wave was clearly able to destroy all space-time and even cover and replace everything in the universe. But it had no effect on Luo Fan's body. It was not even enough to make him feel the slightest bit of impact. On the other hand, Emperor Gu wasn't affected much by the shock wave. After all, the source of this shock wave was also a part of his power. If there was any difference between him and Luo Fan, then it could only be said that the influence he had received was slightly greater than that of Luo Fan. The reason for this was very simple. because the source of the shockwave was Luo Fan. They occupied the majority. Or, to be more specific, in this confrontation between the two of them, Luo Fan had gained the upper hand. The shockwave ignored time and space. It continued to spread out. In the end, countless tens of thousands of miles away, it came into contact with a strange barrier. All the shockwave was instantly reflected back and began to reverberate within this range. The barrier that blocked the shockwave was none other than the condensed strands of chaotic aura that leaked out from the gap between heaven and earth and chaos. Chaotic aura was an extremely mysterious existence. Of course, it couldn't be as evenly distributed as ordinary water or sand. However, they were distributed in time and space in a very mysterious way. Under certain specific conditions, it would appear rather thin, but under certain other conditions, it would begin to inexplicably condense. In the end, it would condense into a layer of inexplicable barrier at a place where it was impossible to condense a barrier. The barrier that the shockwave hit just now was formed from the chaotic aura that had condensed in this way. And the way that the barrier existed was even more mysterious. At first glance, it seemed to be an invisible substance that was completely hidden. But when some kind of impact that exceeded a certain limit was pressed down, this barrier might reappear and explode with extraordinary power, looking to borrow all the impact to be reflected back. This could be better explained from another perspective. This kind of barrier was actually equivalent to a natural insurance formed by heaven and earth. When some kind of damage didn't reach the point where it could affect the entire world, this kind of barrier would naturally act as if it didn't exist. It wouldn't affect anything at all. But when some kind of power could cause irreparable damage to the entire world, this kind of barrier would naturally appear and directly explode with an effect that was enough to cancel out that kind of power, causing that power's influence on the world to be completely eliminated. Just like the current shockwave. Heaven and earth didn't have the will of living beings, but it itself had a will that belonged to heaven and earth. It was a will that living beings couldn't understand at all. This kind of will might not have the survival instinct or the fear of death that normal living beings had, but it definitely had the thought of preserving itself and balancing all kinds of power. And this way of thinking could actually be said to be the great Tao. In other words, all its actions, all its goals, and all the methods to achieve its goals were actually formed by some kind of natural evolution. This method of using the aura of chaos to build a barrier was an incomparably natural method for the will of heaven and earth. In the past, Luo Fan had already expected all kinds of things to happen to the will of heaven and earth. Although the appearance of this barrier was a little unexpected, he still easily accepted the situation after thinking about it for a while. He shifted his attention from the barrier to Embark in front of him. The boundless waves that bounced back hit the barrier in the gap between heaven and earth and the state of chaos. Once again, it counterattacked and continued to pass towards the direction of the barrier. In the end, after hitting the barrier, it was counterattacked again. Just like that, the cycle repeated, and the undulations continued to stack and grow stronger. In the end, after dozens of times, the waves had already strengthened to a point where they were dozens of times stronger than before. And because of the difference in the method of counterattack, the waves also became incomparably chaotic. However, it was no longer as gentle and orderly as it was before at this moment. Although the waves became stronger and more chaotic, it still couldn't stop Luo Fan and Embark from seeing what they wanted to see clearly. The result of the collision between the six-fingered palm and the palm formed from Emperor's power was also revealed. The six-fingered palm, it had already gained the absolute upper hand. However, this upper hand didn't exist in a situation where one side survived and the other died or collapsed. Instead, it existed in a more subtle and unimaginable way. Countless phantoms were entwined around the six-fingered palm. These phantoms were like countless silk threads that vaguely formed a strange hand seal. Or rather, it was a strange formation. The palm formed from the power of Emperor tightly wrapped around it. In this entanglement, Emperor Ji's normal palm seemed to be constantly dissected and thrown into a completely unfamiliar space and time. Bit by bit, it disappeared and was continuously destroyed. In the end, the skin of the palm disappeared under the entanglement of the silk threads. It was turned into countless tiny fragments, revealing what was underneath. The muscles of the palm, the bones of the palm. The scene was simply indescribably tragic, as if it had been sliced into pieces. At this moment, the pain of the palm being constantly dissected seemed to be transmitted to Emperor Ji's heart without reservation, causing his body to tremble slightly and his expression to turn increasingly unsightly. The palm formed from power seemed to be nothing more than a formed from ordinary power. However, that was only the case when the power of an ordinary cultivator changed. In fact, at the level of Luo Fan and Emperor Ge, they didn't even need to reach this level. As long as they reached this pseudo-saint level, which was millions of times weaker than this level, the palm formed from power would no longer be a simple transformation of the form of power. At that time, the transformation of the palm formed from power would be even more subtle. No matter what form the power took, it would naturally condense into the most perfect internal structure within that form. In other words, when it formed into a living being, it would turn into a real living being with 5 viscera and 6 bowels, bones, and muscles. When it formed into a palm, it would also have all the characteristics of a normal palm. As for forming a world, forming all kinds of incredible treasures and artifacts, there was no need to say much. Naturally, it would have all kinds of corresponding internal structures. This was also a matter of course. The corresponding image would naturally have a corresponding structure to be able to perfectly unleash its potential. The reason why this image was formed was because this image had the potential that they needed and could be used by them. Under such circumstances, how could they not condense the internal structure of this image? How could they let the potential dissipate in vain? At this time, the palm formed by Emperor Ge was exactly like this. It could even be said that the 6-fingered palm formed by Luo Fan's power with the help of the chaotic origin spiritual treasure fragment should have the same, or even more complicated, internal structure. From this point of view, if Luo Fan had the opportunity to completely dissect the 6-fingered palm and completely understand all the details and power, perhaps he could also understand the body structure and power structure of a true saint, of course. This was only a beautiful fantasy. For the current Luo Fan, he couldn't even control the 6-fingered palm in front of him. How was it possible for him to dissect the 6-fingered palm without any resistance and thoroughly investigate all the details and the composition of all its power? If he insisted on doing so, the biggest possibility was that he would be attacked by the 6-fingered palm and his existence would be erased by the 6-fingered palm. That was the only possibility facing the state where the palm was being cut into pieces. Emperor Ge naturally couldn't bear it silently. At this moment, he let out a loud roar. In this roar, the world behind him suddenly collapsed. An incomparably strong wave of light. Eternal and indestructible light shone out from the fragment of the world. This light was unprecedentedly strong. In this light, the terrifying fluctuations that were constantly echoing and strengthening in this area instantly calmed down. It was as if a large hand had suddenly brushed across an undulating layer of sand, directly erasing everything above it. This is the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. At this moment, Luo Fan's mind flashed with this thought. This light contained such purity, such a strong, eternal, and indestructible light. Indestructible by 10,000 tribulations, it could only be emitted by the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. In this way, it was obvious that it appeared after the world exploded. Of course, it was the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. Facing this scene, there was only an inexplicable expression on Luo Fan's face. His power poured into the fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure even faster. As more power poured in, the 6-fingered palm gained a stronger force at this moment, and its degree of solidification suddenly increased by several points. Because of this, its strength had also improved greatly. As it improved, it shook slightly. The palm formed from Emperor Ji's power, which would have taken a long time to completely destroy, collapsed in the blink of an eye. Countless details were directly cut apart, and in an instant, it turned into dirty water and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Emperor Gu finally couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. The change in that instant just now, although it seemed to be similar to the previous collisions where one side exploded and the other side remained intact, it was not much different. But in fact, that feeling was completely different. Back then, when one side exploded and the other side remained intact, although it also collapsed because the speed was too fast. Moreover, the feeling of having one's body crushed and bones crushed didn't appear at all. Even if it didn't have time to pass to his soul, so he didn't really feel it. Therefore, for the result of this collision, he would at most feel a little regret in his heart, but he wouldn't feel too much. But this time it was different. In this instant, a pain that was tens of thousands of times or even hundreds of millions of times more intense than that of a normal palm being crushed was transmitted to his heart. It made him feel as if his entire soul, his everything, was being completely torn apart. The pain was so strong that he lost control of his soul for a moment. And it was in this instant that he lost control that his body naturally reacted to the pain. Screams of agony came out from it. Amidst the screams, Luo Fan used his pitiful control over the six-fingered palm to direct the attack towards Emperor Ge. He didn't necessarily want to destroy Emperor Ge. Their hatred hadn't reached that point yet. However, attacking Emperor Ge was his best option. No matter what he thought, no matter how decisive he was, attacking Emperor Ji's body, he had to use all kinds of methods to avoid and resist. On the contrary, if he didn't attack Emperor Ge, but instead attacked what he thought was important, such as the innate, inextinguishable spirit light, in that case, if Emperor Ge was really ruthless enough to give up everything and make Luo Fan pay no matter how many sacrifices he had to make, it was possible that he would let the six-fingered palm attack the innate, inextinguishable spirit light and directly pounce towards Luo Fan to fight to the death. This possibility wasn't high, but one had to admit that it was possible. It was precisely because of this that Luo Fan directly targeted Emperor Ge, even though the hatred between him and Emperor Ge wasn't at the point of life and death. Emperor Ji's screams came to an abrupt end. Of course, this wasn't because Luo Fan's attack had worked, but because Emperor Ge had regained control of his soul and body amidst the pain. At this time, his eyes were a little red, and his hands suddenly formed a strange hand seal. Following this hand seal, the innate, inextinguishable spirit light behind him suddenly began to expand. In an instant, from the originally extremely small appearance, it directly grew to a size who knew how many times larger than normal, directly enveloping Emperor Ji's body within it. At this time, the six-fingered palm arrived and was about to blast Emperor Ji's body. In this instant, the six-fingered palm and the innate, inextinguishable spirit light collided, this time. But there was no shockwave at all. The six-fingered palm collapsed without a sound. In contrast to the collapse of the six-fingered palm, the innate, inextinguishable spirit light was like a balloon that had been popped. It began to rapidly shrink. As it shrank, Emperor Ji's figure also gradually disappeared. Obviously, he was shrinking along with the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. This appearance was already hidden within the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. What a powerful, innate, inextinguishable spirit light. Such a thought appeared in Luo Fan's mind at this time. This time, he knew how to activate the trace of an unknown true sage in the primordial spiritual treasure fragment. This time, the six-fingered palm was defeated for the first time. However, think about it. This opponent was the true body of the innate, inextinguishable spirit light, so it wasn't strange. After all, the source of strength that he used to cut off this six-fingered palm was the other innate, inextinguishable spirit light. In that case, this kind of attack couldn't do anything to the innate, inextinguishable spirit light, and was destroyed by the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. This was not surprising at all. I didn't expect to fail miserably in such an easy task. At this time, Sovereign G's voice slowly came from the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. Then, the innate, inextinguishable spirit light slowly extended, gradually turning into a strange cloud of smoke. This cloud of smoke was so mysterious that it couldn't be described with words. It felt like there was some kind of logic to it. All kinds of mysteries could be found in it, but what kind of logic and mystery could not be clearly explained? It was as if everything was just an illusion. This was the true body of the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. According to this form of existence, the evolution of the innate, inextinguishable spirit light was probably some kind of magic treasure. At this time, Emperor Ge's figure slowly appeared in front of the innate, inextinguishable spirit light. He looked at Luo Fan with bloodshot eyes. "Fellow Taoist, are you still not going to give up?" Luo Fan saw this and frowned slightly. Emperor Gus said, "Give up? Do you know what price I paid just now to summon this innate, inextinguishable spirit light?" Emperor Gus said coldly, "Pay the price." Luo Fan frowned and said, "Whatever price I pay, that's secondary. For us level 3 martial monarchs, apart from our own cultivation, what else matters?" "That's right. Aside from my cultivation, nothing else matters," Sovereign Goose said calmly. "But what I'm giving up is my cultivation. That world just now gathered 300 trillion years of cultivation and comprehension. According to my calculations, I only needed another 300 billion years to complete my breakthrough. But now, because of fellow Taoist means, it's all gone." Hearing this, Luo Fan could only sigh, but he didn't say any words of apology. So that's how it is. It seems like our enmity can no longer be reconciled. To him, this battle had taken place because a Goose sovereign had proposed conditions that he could not accept, and he had no choice but to use violent means to resist. Therefore, he didn't regret starting this battle. But to Emperor Gu, it was also a fact that his 300 trillion years of cultivation had been destroyed because of Luo Fan. Of course, he couldn't be magnanimous and say that it was his fault and not Luo Fan's fault just because he was the one who started this battle. Therefore, it was obvious that no matter what Luo Fan said, the conflict between the two of them couldn't be resolved. In the end, they would have to fight to the death. Reconcile the conflict? Emperor Gu sneered, his face suddenly filled with indescribable killing intent. Amidst his killing intent, the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light surged behind him, and 2 palms slowly grew out of it. The details of these 2 palms were exactly the same as Emperor G's palms. The only difference was that there were some differences in size. Each of these 2 palms was 10 feet long, and their roots were tightly attached to the smoke. As they grew, they seemed to be constantly struggling to break free from some powerful force. Rather than saying that 2 palms were growing out of the smoke, it was more accurate to say that a part of the smoke was gradually condensing into a palm. After the palm appeared, it began to slowly stretch in the direction of Luo Fan, right next to Emperor Gu. It stopped at a position slightly above Luo Fan. As expected of a veteran 3rd-level emperor, Luo Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart at this time. Chapter 1705. Although Emperor G's ability to control the innate spiritual light wasn't enough to turn it into his own power, it was still 100 times stronger. However, compared to Luo Fan's control of the innate spiritual light, it was more than 100 times stronger. If he were to fight purely with the innate spiritual light, Luo Fan wouldn't even know how he lost. Therefore, how could he not be in awe of Emperor G's means? Fortunately, although Luo Fan didn't have the innate spiritual light by his side, he had the fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure by his side. Although his ability to control the fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure was quite ordinary, it was still different from the innate spiritual light. Compared to the innate spiritual light that hadn't evolved into a primordial origin spiritual treasure or something else. Although the fragment of the primordial origin spiritual treasure was only a fragment, it already contained an unimaginably powerful attack instinct. Once it was activated, it would naturally be able to exert power close to the true saint level, but it wasn't as complete as the innate spiritual light. How much weaker was the innate spiritual light? At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Emperor Ji's face. Immediately after, without him making any movements, the two palms formed by the innate spiritual light on both sides of his body began to move. In an instant, the two palms began to change hand seals. Each and every one of these hand seals was mysterious and unusual. As they changed, they didn't absorb power from the surroundings, nor did they create power out of thin air. Instead, they absorbed power from the side, from the chaotic state and the barrier between heaven and earth. Surging streams of light instantly swarmed out from the gap. They turned into long dragons that constantly surged into the hand seals, forming a mysterious object above the hands. This thing was so wonderful, so unbelievable. After it appeared, it naturally emitted a kind of aura that suppressed the innate spiritual light. It was an aura that was eternal and indestructible. Under this kind of aura, Luo Fan felt a kind of terrifying danger coming from the handprint. The danger was so strong that it felt as though his life was being threatened. It was as if he would die a violent death under this threat in the next moment. It had been many years since Luo Fan had experienced such a strong sense of life-threatening danger. Now that it had come so suddenly, his body couldn't help but tremble. What a powerful attack! This thought flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, Luo Fan crazily poured the fusion of the two lights, which he extracted with the help of the inexplicable existence and the source of his cultivation, into the fragment of the primordial spirit treasure. This fusion spirit light was hundreds of times more powerful than either of the two types of spirit light. Now that it was poured into the primordial essence spirit treasure fragment, it was able to activate the traces of that unknown true saint in an unprecedented manner. At that moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the fragment. Of course, this was only the effect on the surface. In fact, the whole process was the fusion of the two kinds of spirit light. After the fragment condensed and sublimated, it turned into a power that was tens of thousands of times stronger than the original fusion of the two kinds of spirit light. In the end, this power went through some mysterious transformation and formed an arm. Gradually, it appeared above the primordial epic spirit treasure fragment. This made it look as if an arm was slowly stretching out from the primordial epic spirit treasure fragment. The palm of this arm had 6 fingers. It was the palm that Luo Fan had used many times before, and he had almost transformed the entire world several times. And that arm was also quite different from an ordinary person's arm. One could clearly see that there were 2 elbow joints on that arm, moreover. Each elbow joint could bend 360 degrees at will, and it could even turn in a circle. After this arm appeared, it slightly condensed in the void. In a flash, the palm and the arm twisted together to form a strange hand seal in the void. Or, this could no longer be called a hand seal, but an incomparably wonderful hand seal. During this process, there was only an inexplicable expression on Luo Fan's face. The strong feeling of life being threatened due to Emperor Ji's method had completely disappeared. What replaced it was an inexplicable sense of security. This sense of security was obviously brought to him by the hand seal. At this moment, the hand seal formed by the 2 palms of the inextinguishable spirit light trembled slightly and suddenly expanded, turning into a strange and incomparably strange world that smashed towards Luo Fan. This world was so wonderful, but it was different from any world that Luo Fan had seen before. It seemed to be real, but also illusory. It seemed to possess an indescribable and terrifying power. It also seemed to be extremely empty. It seemed to contain enough power to destroy the world and destroy the universe, and also seemed to contain the power to create everything. It was mysterious and unpredictable, making it difficult to fathom. But it was clear that no matter what state it was in, what kind of power it had, Luo Fan was very clear that if he was hit by this world, then what awaited him would not be good. Thus, at this moment, he poured even more of his own strength from the fusion of these 2 lights into the primordial essence spirit treasure fragment. allowing the primordial essence spirit treasure fragment to transform even more of this strength into the strength that the arm needed. This caused the arm to become even more powerful, more solid, and its might to look even more terrifying. As the arm changed, the hand seal suddenly became more solid. Suddenly, endless power was generated from the arm seal out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, it had already formed a ring of light around the arm seal. This ring of light was so weak, so hidden. At first glance, even Luo Fan would have overlooked this ring of light. But the moment the ring of light appeared, all the pressure in the surroundings had completely disappeared. The surrounding space-time distortions caused by the world created by Emperor Ji's hand seal were completely wiped out. Perhaps it couldn't be said to be wiped out, but it should be said that the ring of light had already taken it as its own. It had directly fallen into the ring of light's control. Then the arm seal trembled slightly, and it was sent straight toward the world. The ring of light fiercely rushed toward the world, and in the blink of an eye, it had already smashed into the world. Crack! An earth-shattering sound of thunder rang out. Then there was another sound, and so on and so forth. It felt like some kind of inconceivable thing. It was as if a creature beyond Luo Fan's understanding was speaking in a way that he couldn't understand. Is this the voice of a true saint? This thought suddenly flashed through Luo Fan's mind. This voice had appeared in the depths of his memory before. Back then, he had heard such a voice in the memory of a certain pseudo-sage powerhouse. That was the voice of a true saint. Just as he thought of this in his heart, the cracking sound stopped. At this time, the arm seal had already collapsed. On the other hand, at this moment, the world in front of the arm imprint had already exploded. It had completely turned into countless fragments of the world. Moreover, these fragments were still constantly collapsing at this time, constantly being destroyed, transforming into even finer fragments, and finally gradually disappearing. This kind of disappearance did not seem like it had merged into the void. It had turned into the power of this world. Instead, it seemed to have directly left this world, vanishing from the range that could be seen with the naked eye. At this time, part of the arm formed by the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light had already collapsed at this time, turning back into smoke and condensing where the main body of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light was. At this time, Emperor Ji's face was full of disbelief at this time. This kind of performance. With one look, it was obvious what was going on. The innate, inextinguishable spiritual light itself was not damaged by the collision just now. However, Emperor Ji's control and changes to the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light could not withstand this degree of impact. And under the impact, just now, it was completely crushed and collapsed. Only then did the two arms that he controlled return to the original form of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light, returning to where the main body of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light was. At this time, the arm's seal slightly trembled and a subtle change occurred. In an instant, it had already formed a brand new arm seal. This brand new arm seal appeared here, condensing in the surroundings, forming a cube. This cube appeared around the arm seal, forming a resonance with the arm seal. This made the originally extremely ordinary cube appear extremely mysterious, extremely profound, as if endless principles and mysteries were wrapped in it. Then, the cube suddenly collapsed and began to frantically recombine in the void. This kind of combination was extremely subtle and extremely complicated. Almost in an instant, there were billions of combinations. And in the end, the things that were formed were even more strange. Some were things that Luo Fan had seen before, and some were things that he could not even dream of. Amidst this endless combination, this thing quickly pounced towards Emperor Go. This entire process almost surpassed the dimension of time, and even the dimension of space. Normally speaking, even if Emperor Go was a third-level emperor, he should not be able to react in time. However, just as the unpredictable and seemingly boundless power that contained all profundities and profundities arrived and was about to shred Emperor Go into countless pieces, The connate, indestructible spiritual light suddenly appeared out of thin air and enveloped Embark. This caused the unpredictable object to brazenly collide with the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light. At this moment, a soundless ripple began to spread from the point of impact in all directions. Within this wave, a kind of eternal and inextinguishable charm became unprecedentedly strong. This wave rapidly spread in all directions, almost surpassing the speed of time, and collided with the barrier formed by the surrounding chaotic aura. Pooh, with a soft sound, the barrier formed by the chaotic aura suddenly shattered, turning back in a scattered chaotic aura, and began to spread in all directions along with the wave. If there was no other means to stop this wave from continuing spread, one could imagine what would happen. This wave would eventually sweep through the entire world, completely changing everything in this world and all living beings that existed within it. After all, this wave was an existence that was eternal and inextinguishable by myriad of tribulations. Ordinary things could not stop it at all. Instead, it would wait for it to gradually fade as time passed like a normal wave. That was even more impossible. In this way, in the end, as mentioned above, it would definitely go all the way to the end of the world until it was blocked by the chaotic state, and then it would finally stop. Before that, the entire world would be completely changed, and the entire world would no longer be the same as it was now. But it was obvious. This situation was impossible to happen. There was no other reason, because in this world, there were not only two third-level emperors, Luo Fan and Embark. Everywhere in this world, there were at least a dozen or more third-level emperors hidden. Among them, any one of them had the strength to deal with this wave and could even eliminate it. Although this wave contained an aura that was eternal and inextinguishable by myriad of tribulations. But after all, it was only a tiny bit. For any connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, this aura was absolutely not enough to deal with. Therefore, as long as any of the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light's power erupted, it would naturally be able to completely eliminate this wave, preventing it from truly changing the world. As for whether or not the third-level emperors would discover the existence of this wave, it was needless to say. The battle between Luo Fan and Embark was not concealed at all. At this moment, perhaps all the third-level emperors had already cast their gazes here, watching every detail and process of this battle clearly, and even studying it thousands of times. How could they not discover the appearance of this wave that could cause irreparable changes to the entire world? As expected, at this moment, in every corner of this world, waves of eternal and inextinguishable aura soared into the sky. In an instant, the wave was completely destroyed. All the power contained in the ripples was completely eliminated. Although the eternal and indestructible aura did not completely collapse and disappear, it gradually melted into the void, becoming impossible to find and even more impossible to distinguish. It was not much different from disappearing. Although Luo Fan did not think too much about such a change before this, he had a vague idea in his heart. But at this moment, he had a vague idea in his heart. At this moment, when the wave was destroyed, he did not feel that it was unacceptable. He just let out a slight sigh and put it aside. The wave that was enough to completely change the entire world was eliminated, and the result of the collision between the unpredictable thing and the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light was also revealed. This collision was also not as simple as the previous ones, where one would be intact and the other would be destroyed. In fact, during this collision, the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light did not change much, and it was still the same as before. However, the unpredictable thing that the arm seal emitted did not collapse at this moment, but directly solidified into a strange form, directly enveloping the entire connate, inextinguishable spiritual light. The thing that it solidified was none other than a large gray existence that seemed to be in a chaotic state. This existence had directly enveloped the connate, inextinguishable spiritual light, causing the connate inextinguishable spiritual light to fall into a state of no beginning and no end. It also caused Sovereign Good to completely lose his sense of time and space. He could only quietly lie within the connate inextinguishable spiritual light, as if he was in a deep sleep. This was obviously the connate inextinguishable spiritual light and Sovereign Good being sealed by Luo Fan. Facing this situation, Luo Fan's eyes flashed, and an inexplicable joy surged in his heart. He was still thinking about how to deal with Sovereign Good. Killing him was clearly impossible. It was not because the enmity between them had not reached that stage, but because Sovereign Good possessed the connate inextinguishable spiritual light. As long as he felt that something was wrong, he could hide within the connate inextinguishable spiritual light, and Luo Fan would not be able to do anything to him. He wouldn't even be able to injure him, let alone take his life. But should he just ignore him like this? Let him go. That was clearly impossible. Given Sovereign G's hatred for him, it was impossible for him to let Luo Fan go in the short term. As long as Luo Fan revealed the slightest flaw, he would definitely seize it and pursue him relentlessly. In the end, Luo Fan would have to be on guard at all times. At that time, he would obviously not be able to do anything. As for sealing it, he wanted to, but with his shallow control over the primordial essence spirit treasure fragment, it was difficult for him to take back its strength and have it stop its attacks. Wanting to control it and have it choose a method to seal away his opponent was simply the ravings of an idiot. It was precisely because none of the three methods worked that Luo Fan was so helpless before. But he didn't expect that. Before he could think of a way, the arm seal had already chosen the best method to deal with Sovereign Gu. Shrouding the Gu Sovereign in a dusky and chaotic state was equivalent to sealing the Gu Sovereign. Even if the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light could exist perfectly within it, Sovereign Gu wouldn't suffer any irreparable injuries for being shrouded in the gray. But it was already difficult for them to break free. This was no different from a seal. The smile on Luo Fan's face disappeared as soon as it appeared. Then he turned his gaze towards the direction that he could sense the vague gazes that were cast on him. His gaze pierced through time and space, penetrating the layers of defenses, and against these gazes he saw the figures that were looking at him from afar. The vast majority of them were third-grade emperors that he had seen before. But there was also a small portion of them that he had seen before, but they were also third-grade emperors. The moment those existences were seen by Luo Fan, they sensed something and greeted him in a rather friendly manner. After that, they tactfully cut off their spying on Luo Fan. For these third-grade emperors, although the strength that Luo Fan had displayed wasn't enough to truly harm them, it was enough to pose a threat to their cultivation. Without a direct conflict of interest, they were obviously unwilling to directly offend Luo Fan. Seeing that the third-grade emperors had cut off their spying, Luo Fan finally retracted his gaze. At this moment, the arm imprint had already started a new round of action. The arm seal trembled slightly at this moment, and it had already undergone all kinds of extremely subtle changes. Due to this extremely subtle change, the arm seal took on a completely different form and appearance. A halo of light appeared around the arm seal. Although this halo of light was the same as the first halo of light, it was fundamentally different. The first halo of light that had appeared was extremely obscure, so much so that people would easily overlook it if they weren't careful. Moreover, although the aura that it emitted was extremely powerful, it was more aimed at destruction and battle. But the halo of light in front of him was different. In this halo of light, there seemed to be endless great Tao, endless mysteries, and endless truths. It was as if everything in a perfect world had been compressed into it. After this halo of light appeared, the surrounding space-time naturally and inexplicably changed, beginning to change in the direction of the truths and mysteries contained in the halo of light. Seeing this scene, how could Luo Fan not understand what was going on? This was clearly the trace of some unknown true saint that was contained within the primordial essence spirit treasure fragment. It was beginning to borrow its own extremely high level and extraordinary essence to change this part of the world. It wanted to transform this part of the world into a perfect world that was most suitable for the existence of this trace. This was obviously not good news for Luo Fan. At this moment, he frantically extracted the fusion of the two spiritual lights that had been poured into the primordial spiritual treasure fragment, tried to withdraw the power that he had used to activate the primordial spiritual treasure fragment, so that the primordial spiritual treasure fragment would no longer have the power to support the arm seal, thus causing the halo of light to gradually dissipate. However, this was clearly not a simple process.